And Fearless, what and welcome, friend. Come on in. Sorry, just having a little boogie. How's it going with you? I had that moment of like, oh, I don't know what to listen to this morning. I was like, wait a second. Value Select Songs to Chase Your Dreams to, Mixtape 3. Just catching up on the hot sheets, or, I mean, thankfully, their boy Lapdog. Catastros, Wasso and welcome. Come on in, friend. Look at me on time! Where's my dinosaur sticker? Where are my dinosaurs? Here we go! Right. Will was on time today. Yeah. Now it's my nails versus dinosaur sticker. Put it over my little juice type sticker. You see that? I think you're just.
I don't know what I was thinking.
You're better than that.
Put her there.
I mean, so Fearless, it's actually a thing that we'll talk about more today, but I'm not. So Fearless is saying the surprise Dwarf Fortress has done good on Steam, but a Dwarf Fortress already had a core and a heart to it, right? Like, there was already something interesting about failing in that game. It was a generator of stories. Ozymandias, Square Peg, Watto friends. Airman, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Wraith, come on in, friends. But yeah, no, I'm not surprised that Dwarf Fortress has done well on Steam, because, like, the focus of the Steam release was to make it more accessible, and they've done it. You know, I think I first became aware of Dwarf Fortress from the famous running retelling of someone's campaign on Rock, Paper, Shotgun. Yeah, Rock and Stone. Sorry, complete handbrake tangent, but you know, we watched the first season of Rings of Power a couple of weeks back. It's very good. I recommend it. But it's that thing of, like, as a young'un, you look at all the races of the kind of Tolkien worlds, and most people go like, oh, I want to be with the elves. They're like fucking immortal ninja, backflipping archer, cool kid. No. If I got to choose, I want to hang out with the Half-Foots because they eat better than anybody else. But let's be honest, I'd end up with the dwarves. The combination of drinking and stubbornness, and I'm like... Anyway, how are you all doing? Kaimo!
Queen.
Yeah! How many months is that? Fucking 36. It amazes me that you'll put up with me for longer than about 5 minutes. That's about as long as I can stand myself. But Kaimo, I hope you're doing good, friend. So, Mega Boss and Ozzy. Who else came on in? Red Burning Dragon, did I say hi? I hope I did. Yeah, Wolfcrad, I saw you got whammed. So far, the Limp Bizkit Gambit has been keeping me in the game. But it's meant that I've basically been on tenterhooks for the last 14 days.
Now, if I switch it to delay...
Favour 6, I had not heard that the UK has a doner kebab pot noodle. Though, I'd love to do like a weird, almost like fantasy family tree. Kind of starting with like Calorie Mate at the top, and then devolving into all the different like instant noodle products and stuff. I put the Gundam topper on my Gundam pot noodle, as on my Gundam cup noodle. But the reason I bring it up is in the UK, the cup noodles aren't notable, but the pot noodles are. God, I've been weirdly missing fucking super noodles of late. That's how bad I think my British food nostalgia is getting.
Okay,
Okay, so my overall impression's obviously kind of weird, but is it a bad thing?
Yeah. Dwarf, 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 dwarf. I'll probably get stung, but I may have to play the metal cover of Diggy Diggy Hole before we start today. So Catastrophe, the difference between cup noodles and pot noodles seems to be flavouring. The construction seems to be the same, and I wonder if it's like a subset of the same company, or if it's like a retail, like a local distribution. And Aussie, so long as I keep it under a minute, we'll be fine. that's the letter of the law. Oh, Kimball, it's the classic chicken. Oh yeah, this is the song that goes on for a million years. There we go. Oh, but anyway, how are you all doing, friends? Sorry, I'm immediately talking your ear off on noodle-based stuff. Game news is nice and quiet today. I think everybody got it out their system last week with Game Awards. Although, what I do want to say, I put the link in...
I can't wait for the Zelda and LOTR crossover where Link takes on Ganon Dwarf.
Look, it's the crossover we all deserve. One of the games we played, was it this year, last year? Time is a fucking concept. Don't be a time traveler, friends, it messes with your head. But, Ghost of a Tale, the stealth RPG we played, where you play a mouse bard in a land dominated by rats, is currently free on GOG. It is a beautiful game, and is definitely the closest we've had to a good Fable game.
Diggy Diggy Hole.
I am a dwarf. Digging a hole. Favor 6, thank you for the 200. Wolfcred, did I say thank you for that? God, I am a mess today. This is exactly the right frame of mind to tackle arguably one of the most complex video games put to pen. Oh no! Wraith was just saying that their boiler's packed in. How beefy is your rig? Because no joke, there have been a few times where I've just run really complex games, just kind of idling, just to work as a heater. Especially Tarkov. That used to heat up the old room, something fierce. Catastrophe has been back deep diving Skyrim again. Catastrophe, I think it is possible, knowing how Skyrim's constructed, but I think it is a wonderful touchstone of gaming. Oh, Kimball, thank you for the reminder. The Yogscast Jingle Jam is going on for another 24 hours. So if you want to get a buttload of video games for a good cause, Kimball, if you've got the link, that would be lovely. But I can probably find it here. Ah, there we go. Wraith's been using the Xbox Series X as a space heater. Look, we are an industrious bunch, alright? And if we have to use our consoles and whatnot as improvised heaters, then so be it. So yes, today, friends, we are playing Dwarf Fortress. We're playing the Steam build, which means it comes with a funky UI and all sorts of additionals. I'm very much looking forward to this. Something we talked about was accessibility of complex ideas in games. How it's an easier said than done, but it is a proven formula. So it's going to be interesting to see what we get from this, and it's great to see how well it's done. Now, I was kind of biffing around with the idea yesterday, but in all seriousness, like if you could take a simulation layer experience and add a very, very accessible, potentially 3D render over the top of it, you're in for a banger. Because it's that thing of like, users are fine with chaos. They just want to know the chaos is coming from somewhere rather than like, you know, bugs or issues beyond their control. You know? I mean, shit, and for Dwarf Fortress, it's the absolute, like, crowned monarch of wonderful, bizarre systems atop systems. The cat's getting covered in beer bug, I think, is probably the most well-known of that. Oh, Ozymandias, I do not mind in the slightest. Ozzy was asking if they mind if we mention a fairly, like, big bug or oversight. Yeah, no, go for it. Like, friends, a lot of you here have already played an inordinate amount of Dwarf Fortress. I tried playing it a few times, and just hours in a day problem stopped me from getting properly into it. But, like, you know, I've beasted Keeper RL, I've beasted a lot of games that were... Oh, J-Post, that's fucking cool of you. From one dwarf to another! Hey! Well, there's a raid I haven't seen in quite some time. What a welcome, friend! Come on in. What have you been up to, mate? What have you been up to? Oh. You'll be fine. Caffeine was saying that turns out in Kerbal Space Program, it's real hard when you forget the parts that control the damn rocket. What do you need to control? Rocket go zoom, rocket go up, Kerbal go up, thumbs up. Kerbal come down, Kerbal live, shrug. Yeah, Megaboss is right. It's not rocket science, mate. Phil also saying like the bugs in Dwarf Fortress form a kind of historic lore. Well, and that's the thing. So much of it wasn't bugs. So yeah, the cat beer bug. God, I have to try and remember the exact story of it. It's why I'm chugging more coffee. But it wasn't a bug per se. It was like these like systems atop systems atop systems interacting in very, very specific ways. Okay, so whoever that is, thank you for the follow. I feel like a member of the Inquisition just popped on in, and I am not caffeinated enough to try and pronounce that, but hello. So yeah, so Megaboss, it was the beer got absorbed by the cat hair, and that resulted in... I need more coffee! But yeah, so yeah, Braid, it was unintentional interactions of varying systems, all doing what they're supposed to do, but creating something fascinating and weird. Okay, you know what, Cal? Or Callie, if you will. It's lovely to make your acquaintance. Oh, you got it from QB! Oh, man. I didn't get to buy QB a pint at Sober. I need to do that. So yeah, so Wraith, you are correct that the cat-killing beer came from the fact they added spillage, and the cats were getting beer spilt on them. I'm trying to remember how the rest of that story played out. That's why I'm desperately trying to get caffeinated. Oh, Wolfie. Well, kick your feeties up, friend. I will try and be your bedside accompaniment. Probably could have phrased that better, but we're just not going to dwell on it. We're jumping into the Steam build of Dwarf Fortress today, and I'm trying to recall my Dwarf Fortress stories. I should say, the stories of Dwarf Fortress. It is worth saying that, like, the Steam release is sitting at 11,000 positive reviews. Like, overwhelmingly positive. For a game that is already available and free. Ah, Megaboss, that was it. So the cats would clean themselves by licking their fur, but their fur was soaked in beer which they would ingest, which their tiny bodies could not digest. Yeah, it was like the cat-killing plague or something.
Wouldn't it be nice if the whole world got it together? No divisions in religion or creed, just the brotherhood of man.
So yeah, this is going to be a really good day, but the things that I want to focus on today, alongside making your own colony of dwarves and naming people, you know, there will be a time to volunteer as a dwarf. And Ozzy was saying the ammo menu. Ozzy, I highly doubt that our manufacturing is going to reach the point where we need munitions today. But thank you for letting me know. But the thing I want to talk about is how this is something that is wonderfully complex and now turned into something much more accessible. And, like, I'm trying to think what spheres of gaming that we still have. Like, Caffeine mentioned Kerbal Space Program, which has already done very well. I was kind of hoping Rocket Punks was gonna... Oh, where was it? Was it Rocket? No, it was called something else. Feck. It's something punk. No? Not Bunker Punks. Damn it! Alright, apparently, friends, I am unable to recall facts or data today as I am undercaffeinated. This is a crime. And Wheeler Dealer and Keldra, Watto and welcome, friends! Coming in, coming in. Oh, Wheeler Dealer, I'm caught up on Chainsaw Man. Well, I should say the anime. I'm not reading ahead on the manga, because I haven't had time.
Big boop zip zoop, it's the big 50 hello friendos.
Fuck yeah, it is. How you doing, Prolo? And, seriously, thank you for 50 months. I hope you're doing good, friend. Yeah, Wheeler Dealer, Fiona got our hand-me-down sound system hooked up, and while I have much beef with the Crunchyroll app, I will say, when it's working, God, the quality is so good. And I'm also pretty much enamored with every one of the custom endings from Chainsaw Man. So good. It's a fucking good season for anime. Because yeah, I'm hooked on that. Obviously Spy Family, which poor Numbers was trying to get me to watch for so long, and then I finally watched it. I was like, hey Numbers, have you heard of this show called Spy Family? It's fucking great. And obviously Gundam Witcher Mercury, which it could end up being dark, it could end up being cute. Either way, it's very gay. And Swalmaz, Watto and welcome! We're going to be dwarves today. How are you doing? Prolo, I am proud of you. I've always been proud of you. But yeah, I think Witch of Mercury might be one of the better entry points. It's hitting that nice biting point between everybody is pretty and gay and this shit gets real. And I feel like they've always... So, for those of you who don't know Gundams, like, Gundam Wing was very much the kind of the pretty boys in giant robots with a bit of like... Someone once called it's a soap opera, but there just happen to be giant robots in. Gundam 00, or whatever it's bloody called. Again, very pretty boys who solve war with pretty robots. And then it kind of goes wild. Iron-blooded orphans, everything is bad and sad. In the most awesome way possible. I'm like, that's pretty dark. And then we had all the Gundam build fighters and divers, which was, what if Gundam commercial, but TV? And yeah, now, oh yeah, Prolo, like, Gundam has a long-standing tradition of extremely pretty boys in giant robots. Yeah, Wraith, the pretty boys solved war in that one by being punchier than everyone else. Oh no! Well, Swole, I'm sorry you've been going through the ringer, friend. Oh, yeah, sorry you're going through the ringer, friend. But, at very least today we will have some Dwarven-flavoured nonsense. And the game we've got going on today, if you haven't heard of Dwarf Fortress, is a fascinating tale. Because it's easy to forget that people like outside of games and very hardcore spheres haven't really heard of it until recently. Dwarf Fortress was a free ASCII game made by a pair of devs for 1,000 years. Aperios! What ho and welcome! Down on a dwarf. Pretend to be a dwarf. Well, I'm already a dwarf. Be more dwarf. Yes, thank you, River. Aperios, how are you doing? Tell me your tales. Okay, I need to do shout out first to Caffeine, then to Aperios, because I have not been doing that. And to as I have not acquired more tea yet. I'm just functioning on kind of coffee and some of the last remnants. I still have that gorgeous Botsu box of green tea, so I'm not tealess, but like I'm out of English breakfast, my go-to. Alright. Trying to get these shout-outs working. Oh, I tell you. Sorry, apologies for careening all over the place there. DX Man, hello, hello. Sadlin, Watto, and welcome. Coming in, friends, coming in. Oh. Again, friends, please bear with me today. There will probably be a few inaccuracies in my banter, just because I'm not caffeinated enough. I was determined to get my ass in gear today. I started on time. I have been allocated a dinosaur sticker for doing just thusly, but I have not slept very much. Which is exactly the worst way to go into Dwarf Fortress, but fuck it! And Naru Hoodie and Night Valen, what ho, friends? I hope you're all doing bloody marvellously. So. Oh, and Sadlin, sorry you're having to deal with work bollocks. If you need me to poo on somebody's car, I'll do it. Just letting you know. Okay, so the story so far. So Dwarf Fortress is still a free ASCII game that you can download and play. It is a game of simulations atop simulations atop simulations. Systems in complexity and variety in the most fascinating way. Sorry. Have a good day. Where the fuck was I? Oh yes, jumping back. So yeah, so Dwarf Fortress has been available for well over 10 years. The brainchild of a duo dev team that has basically subsisted on just open development and direct donations. In its core, Dwarf Fortress is nigh on impregnable. It is like a hyper-complex version of Rogue or NetHack, if those mean anything to you. And the level of simulation that they have going is just phenomenal. I mean, Vols, it's safe to say that Dwarf Fortress was the inspiration for games like RimWorld and, you know, Oxygen Not Included and things like that. What was fascinating about Dwarf Fortress was how one, it is always the stories of how your dwarves are going to die. Like, it is the Mac Daddy of that kind of like failure is entertainment. Like, I want to say like not Colony Sim, but I think that's the one to go for. God, book's $34. Bloody hell. Getting to play Dwarf Fortress was, for a while, the epitome of, like, complex but rewarding, right? Like, learning to play Dwarf Fortress has the same level of complexity as learning to code in a new programming language. However, because of the complexity of the simulation, the amount of stories that this thing could generate was incredible. A lot of us became aware of Dwarf Fortress when Rock Paper Shotgun started doing this long-running journal of the story of their dwarves and what was happening. You know, and they took this incredibly complex simulation game and turned it into this glorious tale of dwarven misfortune. And a lot of people were fascinated and intrigued by this. But then they'd see the game itself and be like, nah. And sure, you could download and install all sorts of fascinating things, like visual renderers and whatnot. But those were not easy to do. And now we're at the point where, by working with Kitfox, they've been able to create a Steam version that is far more accessible, far more usable for like the average consumer, and it is doing gangbusters. So here's the thing. You can still download this game for free. This isn't like they pulled the
Yorkshire Gold Fund.
Swamaz! Swamaz, thank you kindly. That's really fucking cool of you. Cheers to you. Sorry, I didn't think we'd see Dramatic Duck Hangouts. Because yesterday was pretty intense. Thank you. Sorry. Caught me right off guard. Sorry, there are loads of great quotes in chat, and congratulations, Swamaz, you have discombobulated a whole world. Fearless was quoting that Dwarf Fortress is an equation that, when solved, produces a game. Love it. Sorry, and Secret Rob was saying, someone's gone and spilled Sprite graphics over my ASCII game. Now, one of the reasons why I really want to get into the guts of this is that, thankfully, it's being done by the same team, but what we saw with things like RimWorld and maybe not Keeper RL, because that one's had its struggles, and I guess there's been a few that have tried and stalled, but the concept of taking Dwarf Fortress's complex simulation and making it something more accessible has been an approach that has been tried and tested. So I guess the thing is, really, outside of this, like, what other bastions of hyper-complex gaming are still out there that potentially could be adapted or worked on to create a similar kind of success? I keep thinking of BeamNG, as made famous by Carboys, the McElroy Hatsune Miku vehicle.
A house party, you say? In the suburbs? This eve shall be legendary. A moonlit night is rife with chance. I enter the room in my favorite pants.
So Robin, I have seen some 3D attempts at 3D renders for Dwarf Fortress, but I don't know if I'm thinking of the same one.
It's a realistic
Sorry about the tippity tappity, friends.
It's a realistic party. And every 7 of us, all the girls left. Realistic party. However, did they know it was time to leave? Realistic party. Blackbird singing in the dead of night.
Oh yeah. So Wolfgrad, I would. Wolfgrad was saying that it was essentially made first to get the simulation working right, and then he started worrying about silly things like visuals and accessibility later on. That is entirely understandable. Dwarf Fortress's development model is not one I would ever recommend anyone emulate. You know, this was two people making a bizarre, weird, like hyper inaccessible indie project that just due to a series of like lightning strikes and luck were able to sustain on direct donations for their free project until it got roundabout to like the last couple of years and they started working with Kitfox onto a proper formal video game release. Don't do that. I mean, okay, if you have the means and the mentality and the funds to be able to just make your little teeny tiny project for 10 years, fucking go for it. Jump at the chance. But this is absolutely not one that we should point to and ask people to emulate because, I mean, you can't swing a cat for survivor bias in this conversation, you know what I mean? So, the thing I wanted to focus on is like, what spheres are there still in gaming that are too impenetrable, that are too complex, that with a little bit of care and a little bit of thought, one could potentially adapt to a larger audience. Yeah, and Prolo, I would love for you to have the kind of like, you know, fiscal stability and success to be able to just faff about on a project that looks fun for like 10 years. Like, if it ever comes to you, absolutely jump at the chance. I'm not saying that the people making Dwarf Fortress are wrong for the method in which they've been developing it. It's more like, I cannot point to any way in which y'all would be able to reach that situation. Do you know what I mean? You know, I can't just say, do X and Y, and then you two can make your indie game for 10 years. Yeah, Fabers, there is a certain amount of luck to it, certainly. So, I mean, this is the thing where we're kind of like, we have to juggle the realities of game dev with the ideals. So the ideal, like the shamanistic Star Trek future blending nonsense is that I would love for you all to have the time and resources to be able to work on the projects that you love and the art that means so much to you. For that to be your full-time focus, it would be wonderful. But if we're looking at like the games industry as it is now, you know, you all still gotta eat. We all gotta make rent, right? So how do we balance those things? Now, there is absolutely nothing wrong with working a day job that funds what you are doing. A lot of people who I know in both like the content creation space and the game dev space do work regular jobs. Our friendo doing Waves of Steel, you know, when we made the world's gayest battleship, the Venga boat. I know that gentleman is working full-time on at a... They told me and I forgot. God, I'm a horrible friend. But the point being is that, you know, it's a project they're working on as well as doing something full-time. The amount of dedication and focus that requires is awesome, but it scares me a little. Oh, that's way cool. Wow. Okay. Hey, Coffee, I need you to do your job. All right. we're going to take a little record scratch break. How are you all doing, friends? I want to talk about this topic, and I want to dig into especially like the hardcore PC gaming space and see if there are any other projects that haven't quite been tapped into in the same way. Because as I was saying earlier, like BeamNG is the only one that really springs to mind. Like, we have racing games, but to my understanding, there isn't an accessible car physics sandbox out there yet. But I need this coffee to kick in, friends, because I'm sure I had a great point about, you know, how to acquire that state, or how to focus yourself in such a way to be able to work on the projects you love, like with the realities of, you know, living in the times that we do. It dropped right out of my head. It's gone. The whole line of banter is just blah. I'm sorry, friends. Sleep deprivation, don't do it. Whilst I'm desperately trying to regain something in vaguely like a vocal footing. Good news, bad news. To those of you who've just joined us, good news. One of my favourite close to Redwall style games, Ghost of a Tale, is free on GOG, so that's good news. Bad news, Epic have said that they're going to be pulling support for some of their classic games, which is lame and bad, and I don't like it. So, for those of you still hearkening back to the days of Unreal Tournament, sadly they will be pulling the online support for that one. And to the two people out there playing Green Day Rock Band, sadly that will also be having its multiplayer pulled. I don't know what kind of multiplayer system Green Day Rock Band had, but there we go. Yeah, so Wolfgrad, sadly, even OG Unreal Tournament. Now, it's unknown what functionality will remain for the classic games, because, like, games like Unreal Tournament were designed with, like, direct connection setups in mind, so we might not be losing full functionality, but some of the later ones, like Unreal Tournament 2004 and etc., those will probably have a harder time. Naruhoodie, you should. Get yourself a cup of what you fancy. Get yourself a snack. Look, we're going to be doing dwarves all day, so I'm more than happy to wait. So Graves, I hope I said hello when you came in. It has become apparent very quickly that I am woefully undercaffeinated today. How are you? I'm just guzzling coffee as fast as my little body will let me. But honestly, like, that's been the long and short of it, like, games news-wise. Jagex bought another company. And the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection has been confirmed that there will be public and private online, which I'm very, very happy. If we do decide, friends, to start getting into Mega Man Battle Network, I highly recommend, because Satan was the one that put me onto it, there is a wonderful little mini documentary about the competitive Mega Man Battle Network scene, which is fascinating. Zagrave's finally got a little lap-sized loom for weaving. That's feckin' cool! But... that's feckin' cool! Now, Parlo, I wholeheartedly agree with you. They should absolutely be providing something that allows users to continue to use those products online. What it turns into, I don't know. But at least from the wording in the press release, I think it has more to do with... it has more to do with possibly things like copper compliance and stuff like that. Since the success of Fortnite, there's obviously a lot more people using the Epic platform And games like Unreal Tournament are, well, as we all know, they are from the before time, the old internet, those who spoke the old words. And it may be that, you know, Epic as a company feel that those little pockets kind of exist well outside what they can support from a community standpoint, things like that, which I can understand. And it does open them up to potentially doing like some updates and some re-releases. Interestingly, Epic's had no success in doing a new Unreal Tournament for like the last fucking decade. UE4, when it was released, was originally going to have like a lockstep version of new Unreal Tournament released with it, which actually ended up just being the default project that you get when you start a shooty gun bang in UE4. There's been no discussion about an Unreal Tournament in UE5, which I find fascinating. To those of you who have just joined us, we are going to be playing Dwarf Fortress. We are going to be setting up a whole new space. And no doubt we'll start naming some dwarves. Apologies that I keep kind of coming back on stuff conversationally wise. I'm desperately hoping this coffee does what it needs to, so that I don't keel over. But yeah, no, it's been real good to have a day of games news where things aren't on fire. You know, it's definitely a no news is good news kind of day. Oh, except for Baldur's Gate 3 is getting closer and closer to being done. The Paladin class is going to be the last class released before moving to like the final version. Oh yeah, I mean, Robin, I have no fucking doubt that the sheer number of people we have here who have played an inordinate amount of Dwarf Fortress, and that's a great place to be in, you know. The thing that we can't state enough as well was that Dwarf Fortress was the poster child for, like, it's fun to fail. That no matter how smart or how complex your fortress is, it will eventually fall into disrepair. Your dwarves will die. And the how that happens, that is as much the entertainment. Naruhoodie has returned to us with cereal, Dr. Pepper, and egg. I was watching Flair playing the new version of Crisis Core last night and stubbornly refusing to start the story until they had cleared as much of the side quest as they could. And watching a man get brutalized by 3 eggs was my evening's entertainment. Also, I'm officially that guy in Zero Seven. I hit 50 hours on it last night, and I believe I have done just about everything available. So I'm kind of waiting for them to provide more challenges. There is one which is kill a boss 15 times. I've done it 4 times. And I did see that someone had found that in the Crisis Core remake, one of the images, I believe in the Shinra Mansion, was actually a Getty Images placeholder. Actually, you know, sorry, Phyllis was mentioning that Dwarf Fortress is kind of like Project Zomboid in that way that, you know, it's the story of how your dwarves dig too greedy and too deep. The Project Zomboid team are still chipping away at it, which, if I remember correctly, is just 3 people working away on that. Definitely another example of, like, creating a stable base and moving forward. Sadly, not something that you can plan for development-wise, but again, definitely that thing of if you reach that state, you know, keeping lean, focusing on what you enjoy doing isn't a bad strat, you know? Sorry, I'm sure we've talked about this 1,000 times. I honestly hope this is a problem you'll have to face, but what tends to happen in video games is when the game you're working on becomes a surprise success, most people panic and hire a shit ton of people. So to be able to do all the things they wish they could have done if they'd had a buttload of money, suddenly they have a buttload of money. So they're like, hire all of the peoples! And then suddenly you have a 50-person team working on a game that's doing okay. And that can cause problems. Because then your failure state is much, much easier to attain. One thing that was really interesting was not paratropic, Vec. What was it called? Not pandemic. Why am I like this today? Apparently, friends, I'm just a complete potato. I am drawing a blank. It was an incredibly complex... I originally started life as a Half-Life mod, turned into an independent game, like a first-person... I guess like a dark first-person horror. Where you play a doctor in a small town as a plague is sweeping over it. Famed for being incredibly difficult, with a bizarrely winding, twisting story. They released a sequel to it, which did okay, but was a reworking of the original, and ended up putting a lot of noses out of whack. Due to the fact that it was incredibly hard. Yeah, starts with a P, has weird limbs. Pathologic! Fuck, how did that take so long? Pathologic 2 is a very good example of, like, scoping up without an understanding of, like, potential audience. Because Paratropic 2 is, despite being a sequel, is a sequel in name only. Like, it is a reworking and additional... Oh, it's actually on sale at the moment. Huh, it's like $10. Yeah, so Megaboss H Bomber Guide did a very good video on the original. With Paratropic 2, they increased the size of the team, and because of their cult status, were aiming to do like an increase in sales. But what they found was that by trying to push it to a larger audience, there was a lot more friction with the difficulty settings. And about a month or two after release, the team caved and created like difficulty sliders, allowing you to slowly tweak bits of the experience. But by that point, it had kind of ricocheted off a lot of people. It's done okay. Like, very positive on Steam, like well over 6,000 reviews, so it's sold good. But what I do know is they did end up having some layoffs from there, at least so far as I remember. Apologies if I'm misremembering it. And the reason why I bring that up is that this was definitely a project that perhaps should have been a slower, smaller team rather than like bulking a bizarre cult indie classic up to a like small to medium-sized team. Does that make sense? And I know this seems very easy to say on a day when we're talking about Dwarf Fortress, which was 2 people for 20 years. But yeah. The risk of hiring too many people to put your title together is a lot of what drives certain teams to make some very weird decisions, because when you're in the paint, it can be hard to get like a clear perspective on what your users are after and what your users are expecting. You also, like, releasing a game is kind of like charting the seas. you can have a vague idea of how things are going to go, but you never know when a storm is going to hit, or, you know, a bit of luck might strike you as well. And so you combine that increase in spending with the fear of the unknown, and that's how you can... Like, if you've ever seen a title that's come out and it has some bizarre monetization scheme, or has some absolutely astoundingly weird choices in terms of its release, 9 times out of 10, that comes from fear. Pressure from publishers to make sure it makes enough money. Fear that they won't shift enough units to be able to pay everybody. It's an interesting thing to think about. And you know what? I do want to take a step back and say that like, Dwarf Fortress is absolutely a lightning strike kind of experience. But it was something that came from love and passion, and I know I can get really into the weeds about how games get funded and how they get released and the importance of all this. Jumping back, if you're able to create the game that you want to in an environment that allows you to just keep working on it without having to worry about having a publisher, about, you know, hitting those sales targets and those release dates, I can go for it, you know? Because at the end, if you're able to put out something that you're happy with, that's success. Tomorrow we're playing a game called Choo Choo Charles, and that is very much an example of kind of like creating for the fun until it becomes something that is viable. I don't want to bury the lead. I don't want to get too into the weeds about tomorrow's game before we get on it, but for those of you that have arachnophobia and might be missing out on tomorrow's stream, hey, I completely understand. But the person who made Choo Choo Charles made some like free games on Steam just to see if they could. I believe it's Cloud Climber. Is it? Yeah, Cloud Climber. So Cloud Climber is a free game on Steam, and it is about the last person left in this bizarre world where, after something happened, everybody just started building up in these ever increasingly bizarre and complex towers. Oh. Hey, Wolfcrad, thank you for gifting us up to Night Valen. Yeah, Cloud Climber is a wonderfully weird little indie title about being the last, about questioning why we do what we do. Do these people continue to build up because of some unknown force, or are they just repeatedly copying the people that came before them? It's an interesting thing to think about. And what's fascinating is if you look at Choo Choo Charles and Cloud Climber, you can see the style and assets carrying through. You know, if you're able to make the kind of games that you enjoy making, you know, every one that you put out there is one more chance towards it being, you know, found by the great. Sorry, I just Wraith was saying one of their favourite Steam forum posts was everybody asking if people have been waiting 10 years to give Dwarf Fortress a positive review, followed by dozens of people saying yes. I mean, that's the ideal thing. Steam's not a platform that really rewards like proper early access or like iterative development. If you can do that kind of thing off of Steam and then release it there, you're guaranteed a winner. You know. Sorry, I can't talk about the game, but I've been involved in some alpha tests with a particular title recently, and it's been fascinating going back to being a consumer, a user in that field, and being reminded how just unforgiving people are. Like, oh, I can't believe it doesn't have X feature, and you want to smack them and be like, this is an alpha. Do you understand what that means? This isn't one of those like cutie patootie, we called it alpha, but really it's a polished demo to help us, you know, shift pre-orders. Like, nah, it's a proper alpha. And users complaining about the most tiny asinine of things that they would absolutely leave negative Steam reviews about, you know? And also, like, the amount of time, once again, I'm spending on Zero Seven, and every other post is, this is good, when's multiplayer coming? So, multiplayer's not coming. Alright. This is good, when's multiplayer coming? That is... God, that's a story and a half. Sorry. Phyllis was mentioning that one of the stories that's been doing the rounds the last couple of days has been the story of Stardew Valley. You know, the poster child for the solo dev success, right? And how... I wouldn't say it's come to light, because that makes it seem as if, like, you know, this is some conspiracy we've blown the lid off of. But, you know, it turns out that the dev behind Stardew Valley was living with their partner, and their partner was basically picking up, like, covering the cost of expenses and living and all of that. So they were able to do the solo dev life because they had a partner who was bankrolling them. I mean, that feels a little bit like getting into, like, judging people's living situations and judging people's lifestyles and things. Like, from that point, you know, we don't know what their relationship was like prior. That... It just reminds me that whenever it seems like there is a breakaway success out of nowhere, there's usually more to it. It's very rare for a game to truly be something that was made in isolation, on its own, with no help, that suddenly becomes wildly successful. But it's an interesting one to think about. We've discussed about Undertale a whole bunch, that yes, Undertale was a solo-ish dev project that was wildly successful, but like that person was staying in their friend's basement while they were making it, and they were doing a couple of other things on the side, and that person was the guy who made Homestuck. So when he went, check out my friend's game, that kind of had a bit of an impact. Plus, Toby Fox done a bunch of music stuff for Homestuck, and yeah, we've had this conversation before. But it is an interesting discussion, and I don't know, Phyllis, I didn't think you were judging in the slightest, but what has been fascinating is seeing how many people have brought it up, almost as if there are some people out there who feel hoodwinked by that information. Like that they had this romanticized idea in their minds that Stardew Valley was just some person who meditated on the idea of Harvest Moon and put it together because of its genius, and that was strong enough to bring it forward. Oh, PVS says, wait, Homestuck makes an appearance 2 streams in a row? Worth a read? I did it so you don't have to, alright? There are some fascinating faux game concepts that are interesting to think about, but it is a Herculean task. And sadly, it's no longer the same experience it was. With the shutdown of Flash, you can't play the video game sections of Homestuck anymore, so it loses its its first big hook. Which, if you've never read it, don't worry, you missed out nothing. It is presented as a fake point-and-click game, and then at the end of Act 1, you actually get to play it as a point-and-click, which was very poignant. But yeah, jumping back. Like, Ehrman, yeah, that's a good point. Solo dev doesn't mean it's the only effort towards a project. Yes. And Kestrel, Watto, and welcome. Kestrel, whatever the fuck we want. It's soon time to unleash the dwarves. Oh, and Prolo. Congrats. That's a whole shiny Pokemon. Okay, sorry, I kind of got lost in the weeds there. We need to get back to Infra next week. We need to get back to Infra before the end of the year. Oh, sorry. What made me think of Infra is Infra going through an interesting, like, a mod that was kickstarted to be a standalone game that then ended up getting like a bunch of like post support. Like, games are fascinating. Oh, Wraith, is when you say that we are the impartial observers, are you implying that it's on me, or that we're going to let the chaos of Dwarf Fortress just do its thing? Both valid. Both valid. Oh. Anyway, if you take anything away from Dwarf Fortress, it is that this is something that we can celebrate as an industry. We don't have many times where we can point to a project and go, like, these are the good guys we wanted to succeed, but this is one of them, you know? It makes me really happy to see its success, to see it continue. You know? I have far more interest in games with this level of, you know, systematic simulation than I do with the next big open worldy thing.
For chaos.
Corgo after Corgo scattered into the air, Favor 6. Chaos indeed. Chaos indeed. Kester was saying, what I take away from Dwarf Fortress is I should be in charge of dwarves. Also, Camille, did I say hi? Because, hello. I'm mildly undercaffeinated and definitely sleep deprived, which is the best time to be in charge of a civilization of dwarves. Yeah. And we get to generate our history and stuff. One of my favorite books is a book called You. Sorry, I promise this is mildly relevant. I'll put it on the shelf here. So this is one of my favorite books of all time. It's Austin Grossman, and the book is called You. And it is a book about game development from a very honest standpoint. Like, to those of you that have worked in game dev, it'll ring true. To those of you that haven't, it won't feel like a bunch of inside stories, and it also won't feel like people telling you how things are shit and bad, because they're not. And I love this book. But one of the things I love about it is that the titular game, or I should say the titular game series, comes out of this idea that a bunch of kids kind of created a Dwarf Fortress-like game and kept adding to it. Kept adding like rendering engines and stuff over the top of it until they created this like labyrinthian homebrew game engine that they would go on to use commercially for their video games, and how the systematic elements within it create something fascinating and profound. Like, it's something that I think will resonate with a lot of your good selves. And Lizzie, good afternoon, Watto, and welcome. Guess who actually got started on time today? This guy. But on the subject of getting started, let's get our world generated. And for those of you who have played a whole bunch of Dwarf Fortress, I'm more than happy to hear the Hey, Camille, I'm entirely fine with that. Sorry, Camille was recommending that we create the game, but before we go into we create our world. But before we go into that, we'll go into like the legends and see like the story of our world. God, I hate that I keep forgetting the name of it, but Smedder's worked on something that was fascinating. It was a Ultima clone that used something like Dwarf Fortress's generation to create maps. And so the way in which your worlds were generated is you choose which gods and which pantheons like occupied which states, and how you chose those would affect the world, and the world would be generated based on that. So you'd not only have different races, but tribes and nations that would form, and customs and culture, and you could see the history unfurl as it was being generated. And Aperios, we will be playing the fancy new plebeian version, because I can't learn a whole bloody programming language. Dwarf Fortress is a lot. Okay, let's get this party started. Plus the amount of time it would take for me, once I understood it, to convey to you all the smallest of interactions that are happening. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Is it time to diggy hole?
That is an excellent question, Vanderbeest. Does this answer it? Let's be fucking dwarves, mate! Let's make our own nation of dwarves atop each other, drunk and striking the earth. Let's fucking go, mate! That is how I feel today.
Brothers of the my rejoice. Raise a bigger, raise a voice.
Terrors the lot of you. For great chivalry, strike the earth! Alright, sorry, I'm just getting everything sorted. MDH, I think, I guess it would be however much it would cost to get me repaired after Ray buzzed a brick at my face for that faux Scottish dwarven style.
The sunlight will not reach the snow.
Alright, let's get this going. That! Oh, fucking hell! Oh! Okay, that's enough of that. Ah, listen to this nice calming nonsense. Any time now.
too.
Oh, this is... Okay. Bear with me a second, friends. We are just doing battle with some challenges.
Much.
Okay.
Order.
And Eraman, feckin' thank you. Sorry, is your tactical strikes on the pint glass. Alright, you bloody dwarves. Of course, Dwarf Fortress would be the one that gives us a little bit of trouble.
Disorder.
Feckin' terrors, the lot of you! Stooge, thank you kindly. Apologies to Vanderbeest, head of House Order, being assaulted by these Chaos Merchants now. Right, let's see if we can get a capture from this. Okay, so that's playing nice. That's being grumpy.
Corgo for Corgo for Corgo for Corgo for
For
Corgo
Corgo!
for Corgo for Corgo for.
Alright, you'll just have to deal with slightly zoomed out Will face. Terrors, the lot of you. Sorry.
Order is for the weak.
Disorder is for the weekends. No, so Naruhoodie, it's being grumpy about the direct stream hook. So at this moment, it's just directly capturing
Disorder.
disorder or that order. You need to be more specific. And there's a train. Feckin' hell. Yeah, see, and then if I move around it. Yeah, so currently I am having some technical issues with this. So bear with me a second there, friends. But you can have a big train over the
I thought the Chew game was tomorrow.
me too, Wolfcrad, me too. Okay.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Milk for the cornflakes.
Feckin' terrors, a lot of you! being a grumpy crumbum.
Every day is chew game day.
Sorry, so Stooge, fucking thank you, and Favor 6, and Vanderbeast, Fearless, and Wolfgrad, and everybody. Errorman, Stammering, fucking legends, all of you.
Clicking.
I should have known. I should have known Dwarf Fortress would be more than just a simple jobs are good in.
Stop that incessant clicking.
All right, by the power of hype trains enabled. All right. Gotta love a challenge, friends. Gotta love a challenge. Oh.
Beware the Balrog.
Why would I beware the Balrog? I'm going straight for it. That's what that's the goal. We're gonna go make friends. And we're not supposed to make friends. Why Balrog friend-shaped? Huh? Huh? Okay.
Stop that incessant
I'm with Wraith. Balrog deserve pets. Balrog befriend. You just gotta get your friendship armor on. Oh, and Favor 6 hardy bloody har. Here I am. Hillian! Watto and welcome! Coming in, friends, coming in. Aussie with have you checked your Balrog? Skeet up, put up, Balrog. Yeah, if Balrog not friend, how get into Mora? Oh. My brain just went, what's stronger than coffee for waking you up? Don't answer that. Okay, so sadly we are going to have to do General Kenobi. I have been waiting to say that for days. Neon white is stronger than coffee. Coffee, definitely more. Electricity, stronger than coffee. Yeah, apologies, dear friends. I'm just having a little bit of technical problems. It's more just getting the streaming software and Dwarf Fortress to play nice with each other. So currently, it's just on. Currently, it's just on this. Just seeing if there's anything obvious that I'm missing. But we should be able to continue like this. All this while the fucking hype train's just going right behind me. Do you remember when level 5 was the max? Do you remember those whimsical days of trainery? Oh, yeah, well, so Camille, I think that's what we're going to be doing. So yeah, I can't get it to directly capture the game, but I can get it to capture it in window, so... Yep. Well, actually, so Mega Boss, we don't stream at 1080p. We stream at 720. Mostly so that people with low connections
Hype
don't
train
get
and wheels.
anything brutalized. Yeah, the hype training wheels. That's what level 5 used to be. Oh, and Camille, like, this is no diss on Dwarf Fortress. It's a massively complex title, and it's often underestimated how streaming software interacts with games. Like, let us not forget that Death Stranding absolutely did not play nice. And PVS, I'm sorry that got incepted into your brain, but good on you for keep going. And honestly, friends, there's no stress. Like, we'll get generating our world in just a second. I'm just trying to... Aperius, like, but I was under the impression Dwarf Fortress was an incredibly approachable title. I can hear the sarcasm in your voice, you bad word. Also, how come you don't want to play Vermintide Darktide with me? There I am, with my guardsman, ready to get into mischief, and Aperios is like, oh no, I'm hanging out with my cool friends. Who are cool, smiting heretics for the Emperor. What's up with that? Dissed and dismissed. Dissed and dismissed. Alright, bear me a second, friends. My apologies. The train came to a satisfying conclusion, and there I was, all over the place. Friendos, thank you so much. Alright. This is something I've been looking forward to doing with you lot since Kit Fox announced this. Also, thank you again to Camille for throwing this game this way. Right, that's feckin' cool. Okay. And breathe. And breathe. Right. So, we're going to generate our new world. Then we're going to go have a quick look at the history of our cool world. And after that, we'll get into some mischief. Alright. Welcome to Dwarf Fortress. Prepare for your guide with stout challenges and fortune in the world. Yeah, we know what we're doing. Alright. Sorry that I'll see if I can bump up the... I'll see if I can bump up the font size.
Seem to have found a penguin.
A tiny penguin has been found.
A little penguin.
Oh. That is a penguin for your day.
Tiny penguin.
They are all making very loud noises about the cuteness. Okay. Suffice it to say, they love it. Okay. Right. So, let us make our world. So, number of civilizations, history length. Do you want to do 100 or 250 years?
Great, you got Fiona involved in kidnapping penguins now.
Look, I'm just saying, we have a household that is very pro-penguin. Bacon, thank you for the 200. And again, friends, thank you for that whole feckin' train. Camille says 250 takes quite a bit of time to generate. But, waffle times. Oh no, however will I cope? World size, we'll keep it medium, because I don't know how much of this will be able to adventure. Yes, I understand. Longer will take more time, but generate more history. I understand how this works. You're going to be able to direct our dwarven adventures a whole bunch. I'm more asking what you want for funsies. So number of civilizations will keep medium. Number of beasts, natural savagery, I think is how brutal the world is. So if we increase the number of civilizations, but increase the savagery of the world, this could be interesting. Yeah, I'm brave. People are explaining linear time to me, someone who is a nonsense merchant of time. See, like, we could have very high natural savagery, but lower number of beasts. Is that fun? It's a wibbly wobbly, timey wimey thing. Okay, Asari is suggesting lower natural savagery. Okay. I guess that does let the world... But to offset it, I am going to increase the number of beasts. So, the chances of the deadly rabbits of the world... Yeah, let's go back to basic options. That was too much. Oh, okay, so savagery is more big beasts? Yeah, no. No offense, sorry. I'm going to override. Because that increases the chance of dragons. So we'll have the regular amount, but the chances of big beasties. Here we go. Alright, so medium worlds. We're going to be generating 250 years of history before we start. So, mineral occurrences everywhere. Civilizations. We've got high, which may increase. Okay. Let us create this world. But yeah, I hate that I keep forgetting the name of it because sadly it wasn't successful, but conceptually I loved it, which was Smeda's project, which was meant to be kind of small-scale MMO type stuff. So it played a lot like Ultima Online and games like it, but it was designed to be shared by like a group, a handful of people. And I really appreciated that as a concept. Sadly, I think it failed to find funding, so much so the game was actually pulled from Steam. And I think it sits in my Steam library somewhere. Here we go. A tale of dwarves and elves eternally retold. Goblins have shown up. Oh, this is going to be great. Oh yeah, and Quasi, we'll be jumping back into the legend mode so we can see the story of our world before we jump in. Because, like, this is something that I find utterly fascinating. Like, the creation and population of this world is done through a procedurally generated history, a story that begins before we even jump in. Wraith, the answer to how long before we kick some elves in the Gabba, sadly, is not quick enough. Like, we should be able to just start elf punting from the beginning, but it is what it is. I'm seeing some... I guess the elves are having some bad times. Whatever. It's elven nonsense. That's elf problems. We of the Dwarven Nation won't stand for any of this. And seriously, friends, I cannot recommend enough watching the Rings of Power. It just nails the Dwarven aesthetic. Oh shit, are there gnomes? Are we getting gnomes? I'm absolutely down for that. Or, like, people are saying, like, we need to start a war with the elves. No, we just start punting elves until it stops being funny. Whether they want a war or not is up to them. For us, it's just fun. The Spoons Partnered. That's a cracking name. Like I said, friends, we're going to go through the history of this in just a second. See, Uri gets it. We're going to punt gnomes. We're going to punt elves until it stops being funny, which will never stop being funny. Like, you're all spotting stuff coming through this faster than I can see them. Apparently there was a furry necromancer for a while. And we're only 150 years in. We're in the age of myth. Never underestimate predator and prey. Errors in animal development. I guess these are like the known written tomes. So Kestrel, actually turned out it wasn't the Age of Myth. It was a mistranslation by Dwarven scholars. It was the Age of Mirth. For there was much shenanigans and many silly buggers. Yeah, see, Kestrel, not a lot of people know that. 250 years shaping these very lands. Can see a few like big dwarven settlements pop up, like a few above ground fortresses and stuff. The elves seem to have a spot like right slap bang in the middle. I can't see too much else. We'll see how it falls. I'm sorry. This is one of the things that I worry about when doing games like this. Is I could quite happily sit and watch this. One of the things that was fascinating about that Smedders project I was talking about was that instead of giving us like sliders and choices, they were gods. So you would decide who the god of death is, who the god of life and rebirth, and the god of war from a pantheon of deities, and each would have effects both positive and negative. And then you could decide how much influence each of them had on the world. It'd give you a general idea of what would happen. And I thought that was utterly fascinating. But again... Sorry, Kate was saying it's like watching Progress Quest. You are watching history unfold, sir. You dare besmirch our dwarven history. Oh god, T-burps. Oh god. You besmirch that which we have achieved. It's only 20 years of development time that have led up to this moment. We've got another, like, 40 years of history to go through. You know, we've got to have a nice, like, 250 years of dwarven establishment to create the world we're stepping into. I mean, we're at, like, geez, nearly 40,000 historical figures. But this is one of the things I've been talking about a lot, is that creating things like this, even though it is not always like balanced or specifically tailored for the user, when it comes to proc gen and creating worlds like this, you can absolutely turn to the user and say, like, no, this is your world. This is our world. Whatever we decide to call this. This is entirely ours. There is not another like it. We could share the world seed and stuff like that, but whatever experience comes from this is unique. And there's a power in that. Oh yeah, there's one volcano down in like the mid-Southlands. We got some pretty marshland in the middle. Not too much desert. Seems to be kind of like a ruined area in like the bottom right-hand corner. But I don't know if this is the entirety of our map or if this is just like the central focus. I think I can see some ruins. There are a couple of places inside some of the larger mountain areas which seem to have crumbled. Oh, and something heinous just happened right in the middle. Okay, so now we are going to keep world and return to the main menu. And now we can see it's in entirety. Now we are going to have a look around the map. God. I feel like Miss Frizzle with a hangover with you lot. We're going to look at the world. We already said we were going to go into Legends mode. We'd already talked about this. Yes, I know the skew is a little bit weird. I'm doing my best here. It doesn't want to play nice with the streaming software, so we're just doing a direct capture of whatever is going on this monitor. Lizzie keeps poking the bot. Now I'm going to check and make sure that it still says Dwarf Fortress. Uri's like, we never went to Legends mode on my old stream. Fucking yo. Alright, so... What was it? Start a new game in an existing world, right? So this was the world of... Fuck, I can't pronounce that. Alathila Tulathu, the Absolute Domain. Also, I did realise that because Miss Frizzle owns her own bus... here we go. Legends. Alright, so Adventure is coming soon. I guess Adventure mode's not in the Steam version yet. Alright. Okay. So, explore the history of the Absolute Domain. Select a category below to begin. Historical figures, sites, artifacts, regions, chronicles by age. Where do we begin? The Absolute Domain, the vodka realm. He drinks a vodka drink, he drinks a lager drink. Regions, underground regions, artifacts. I'm seeing a lot of umlauts and a lot of extra. Oh, Camille says, when you build a fortress in this world and it falls, it gets added to the history. Love it. So the Nozakla, the Dead Meaning, was created by Basta Castle. Was created in Basta Castle by the Dwarf Lord Lorbram Kindness Rock. The Dead Meaning was lost in the Bodorisa. It was a hamlet in the constellation of bears. By the looks of things, humans and elves went fucking at it. Oh, this is cool. So this is the complete history of this little town. Apparently there was a big old scrap here, yeah, between the humans and the elves, which is what led to the Dead Meaning being acquired by the human Zoto Weakness Resigns. It was passed around a bit, and by the year 200, it was stored in the domestic Cobra block of the Spotterdomes by a bunch of humans doing human shit. Humans. Wine Gold, a legendary bronze crossbow, once again made by dwarves, as all the cool shit is. Was created in Christops by the dwarf Uzel Rakfed. He was born in 49. And... oh man! That's real cool. He married Zaz. You'll remember Zaz. They became lovers. He fought the Molten Assault on the Assault in Timidor. Okay. But a few years after the Molten Assaults, this little piece of shit, Lorden Poet, who was a peddler, the human peddler Golden Fortress, the Wheel of Pointing, formed a false friendship with Uzel because he wanted to get some feckin' info on the Christops. Wow, this guy fought for ages. He fought in the fierce battles at the jungles of Aquamarine. He did 2 tours in Aquamarine. Even fought in the Gleeful Jungle. He fought in the Disemboweled Sieges. Holy crap, what was that fight? Oh man, what happened to him and Zaz? Oh no. Okay, so after he went to the Jungle Aquamarine campaign, him and Zaz divorced. I mean, they were married for like 30 years. It wasn't a bad innings, but I'm so sorry to see that. Yeah, I guess after that. Although it's nice that, you know, it seems that Oozle just couldn't stop fighting, but did form a friendship with the human Sliplash Mortal Martyrs in the Horrors of Combat. Oh god, I didn't even know he'd got married to Tosted. It's, you know, it's so hard to keep up with this. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress out here, already sinking ships. Okay, there was definitely... People wanted to know about Crypt Stops. So Crypt Stops was a fortress. It was the Icy Guild of the Wheel of Pointing. Who founded it? I guess it was those. Yeah, and the story of this place. So what happened to Kristops? Because it must have... They say it was... Oh no, it's still going. Yo! Our universe already has its own version of Waffle House, and it's called the Breakfast of Theatre. Yes! Yo, we're getting pancakes! We're getting waffles! We're going to the Breakfast of Theatre! Man, I want to go to Kristops now. It's fucking cool. So I guess the Wheel of Pointing is a dwarven civilization of the absolute domain. We should probably know who the civilizations are before we start getting in. But yeah, do let me know what you want to get from the Breakfast of Theatre. Okay, civilizations and other entities. That is a lot. That's what I get for making that. There's over 1,000 sites. By the 9. Maybe we should have done like a tiny pocket dimension. I guess it's on me for wanting to make a huge setup. Okay, so that was the Age of Myth.
A Waffle House? That's probably where the apparent war started.
Firstly, it's a Breakfast of Theatre. The other universe has has Waffle House. There was something called the Tepid Sedition? Wait, Tepid Sedition or Tepid Seduction? What were we looking at? Was it sites? I'll look for Tepid. Wait, it wasn't a site. Was it a group? Figures, structures, civilizations and other entities. Okay, here we go. Ulzul Loplum, the Tepid Seduction. The Tepid Seduction was a goblin civilization of the absolute domain. The Jackal Demon Muave Death Blaster, the Burial of Sucking, became the master of the Tepid Seduction. That is a fucking sentence I just read out. Can I copy that? Oh, I should be able to copy that. Oh, fucking hell. So, Muaved was a three-eyed jackal twisted into human
The
form.
Breakfast of Theatre presents the Pirates of Pancakes and a matinee of Pygmalion and Galette.
Well, now I'm hungry, Airman. Okay, like I said, we're going to the Breakfast of Theatre. We're picking up some good stuff. Just let me know what you want. I'm getting the steak and eggs or the Grand Slam. I haven't decided. Yeah, so after Maud burst forth from the underworld, they formed the Tepid Seduction and settled around, oh, the region of Mastered Scorpions. Fucking love this already. Oh, Camille, thank you for telling us to get stuck into this. The spurting lice was created by Marv. Oh, a legendary gypsilium slab. I am Filva Lacandia. Once to the underworld or by Sluss, I bind myself to this place. Yo, can I give you all this seed? Like, if this becomes our world together, the history of the Absolute Domain, can I share this with you all? Yeah, apparently scorpions and your seduction is far more likely than we thought. God. So I can give you all the save. Alright. World history and all. On the plus side, at least it's going to be real easy to find our stuff. Alright, check some of the regions. So we've got the Sorcerer's Steppes, the Wilderness of Shade, the Teal Tundra, the Dispersed Forest. Whoa, sorry, this is not a one-shot. With love and respect. This is a whole-ass fucking... This is 250 years of generated history for our world. When we start this, this is everything that's happened before we've even set the first dwarf to mine. For fuck's sake. Alright, sorry, friends. It shouldn't be set to just chatting. You'll see here it says Dwarf Fortress, but let's bash that again. Okay. Shall we get started? Okay. So we want to begin a fortress. Passing a few weeks to get things ready. Wait, so is this our calendar? So we have 12. We still have 12 calendar months. So it starts off in granite, slate, felsite. Oh, do we want to go through the tutorial on this? So it says, would you like your fortress located in a forested, mineral-rich region of this world where you can play through a short tutorial? Alright, yeah, we'll go for it. I mean, it all forms part of the world, right? Preparing Mac. Enhance. Enhance. Dwarven Outpost, you have arrived! After a journey from the mountain homes, the forbidding wilderness beyond, harsh trek, has finally ended. Your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Konosolvaka. You know, those the Konosolvakans. There are no supplies left, but with stout labour comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plough, or hook. Just provide your dwarves. The new chapter of dwarven history begins here in this place. Alderadian gilt paddles. Strike the earth! Alright. Wasad. Oh, it's a bit blocky. To move the camera. Okay, so those are the treetops, and then down that's below the earth. Okay. And when needed, F1 will center us on the wagon. And we zoom out of the play area. Oh, okay, so control zoom is just the general area that we're in. Actually, it doesn't seem too bad. This little... Got a nice little cabin start. Look at all these goodies here. We can do this. Okay. Click mining. Alright. So start a stairway. I'm getting judged by a duck here. Oh, Uri, it's fascinating because this isn't a thing this isn't something I ever thought we'd really see in this, you know. Okay, so then we just unpause it and then see what the dwarves get up to. Alright, now I've got a little area. Okay, so let's make a safe place to work. Select regular mining mode and to click left to the stairs. Okay. Boosh. Yeah, good work, lads. Good work. Look at this. It's almost like we know what we're doing. Piece of cake, cup of tea, fish and chips. Oh, don't bite into that. Alright, well, Kestrel, to be continued. This has a nice little entrance here. Getting a little bit of a Space Hulk kind of vibe right now, but it's okay. It's okay. Alright. Let's get stockpiling. Okay. And now we have a little stockpile area. Okay, that's fair enough. Now we can take all the stuff out of the wagons. Probably going to need a little bit more space in the stockpile. See, piece of cake. Piece of cake, cup of tea, fish and chips. Yeah, see, there we go. We can repaint the stock room. Boosh. Jobs are good. Now we got way more space. Yeah, actually, dwarves, I'm going to need you to do your feckin' stuff. Because this is... We'll just have a nice general place to plonk everything before we get started. Also, so friendos, I don't mind the strats and suggestions on this. Like I said, Keeper RL is probably the closest I have done to any of like the Dwarf Fortress derivatives, and that one's pretty simplistic. You know, that's pretty simplistic, comparable to, you know. Boosh. Okay, so now we go up to open tree felling mode. Designate some trees. Boosh. Boosh to boosh, I guess? Boosh to boosh. Why do we have so many turtles? Why do we have so many turtles? Okay. Let the deforestation begin! Or in the words of... in the words of Abraham Lincoln, get fecked, elves. Alright, so we're going to need some more areas. I just need to be careful not to accidentally chip into one of these. Okay, so building mode. Place a carpenter's workshop. Carpenter. Alright. Gonna need a little bit more space down here. Yeah, Rainier, I'm not saying that I was right, because it appears I have just dug a feckin' hole. Just right immediately where I could. Got the most maple logs, so you have a nice little maple wood construction place. And from here, to add a new task, make a bed. Okay, so now people can sleep. This is great. This is good. This is wonderful. We're all about that. All right. Piece of cake, cup of tea, fish and chips. England. Alright, so. You are all correct that I have started some massive amounts of deforestation. Probably would have been smarter to build into the mountain that we see here. It's not my brightest of maneuvers, but we'll work it out. We'll work it out. Not as good as a wink, you know what I mean? We also have a series of cutie patootie animals that will probably need to go somewhere. Yeah, we need a feckin' massive storeroom. Yeah, forgive me, friends. I probably could have started doing this a lot more efficiently, but it is what it is. We've got like what, 7 dwarves? Excuse you, helicopter. What the fuck? Okay, you know what? Before we get any further on the tutorial, how do we name our dwarves?
Listen to the rhythm of the falling rain telling me it's gonna flood me out.
And Stu, sorry, thank you for the 200 bits. It's gonna be fine. Okay, magnifying glass to zoom in on unit. Where are you, magnifying glass? Hello. So we've got zones, high-level traffic areas, objects. No. Open the justice menu. Well, so Rainier, that was one of the things that I was looking into beforehand, and sadly I didn't get the chance to get working ahead of time because my life is non-stop. But what I'd love to be able to do is export, like, be it like the Twitch sublist or something like that, and then add that into the generation. But I don't know how to go about that. And between... yeah. A lot of everything is happening. Megaboss is saying that we don't have access to that just yet. So... make our first little mini dormitory over here. Is that a cool ass salamander? Fucking love it. Let's give the dwarves something to do. Stooge's gonna generate a world with 500 years of history. Feckin' yo. No problems detected. Designated water source? What is this? An organized society? Though it does feel like these little pockets of water will flood the hell out of this. But no, if any of you know how to add like names and individuals and stuff to the proc gen list, I would love to do that. Wow, we're actually getting in some good materials here. Because that was one of the things I wanted to do. I don't know. I mean, there may also be ways to like. Oh wow! I guess we killed and ate that salamander. All right. All right. Oh, our food is absolutely going to spoil. Those are bugs. This is bad. We only got one dwarf who's actually doing any feckin' work around here. Shenanigans. So Rainier, right now, I think you're right, we could just do it manually, but what struck me was that when it's generating the history of our world, if we were able to do it in such a way that that was what was the longship was kind of like putting their name to, we could do some fascinating stuff. So, like, the history of the world could be ours. Currently, because we're doing, like, the learn how to do thing, the tutorial's being pretty kind of... pretty restrictive in terms of what we're allowed to do. Which is fine. Like, I need to learn. We can't just immediately jump to it. And also to think that there are 43 levels below the surface that we can dig into. can't believe we own a duck. That's awesome. And occasionally we have like this guy over here. No one knows how cool we are. But no, I think it would be really interesting to be able to use the history generation to add everybody to like the Longshipian list, you know what I mean? Sorry, we can build farms in this? Abso-fucking-lutely. So I think those cats are stealing some of the corpses that we have. Okay, so that is done. So now, beds are found in the furniture category. Okay. Place structures, furniture. Okay, here we go. Bed. Woohoo! The players, your workers can have somewhere to sleep. Later on, you can create a room with a door. Okay. So we create official rooms for official citizens. We can make this happen. Alright, the rest of the interface is now enabled. Click a citizen or creature. Boop. Okay. Oh, I keep forgetting I gotta... Okay. This person, Obik Benken Vanish Mason of the Clan Lancers. 78 years old, frail, not a creature, not creative. What's up, Amos? You come to check out these dwarves? Right, so we can... Oh, so we can absolutely change his name. So this is Grumpy Crumbum. I guess this is his nickname. His nickname is currently not doing anything.
These bits brought to you by me being sick DX. Hope your dwarves still have the ability to taste salt.
Sorry, Akira Zero, thank you for the 500 bits. And I'm sorry you're under the weather, friend. We just started faffing around with the Steam release of Dwarf Fortress. How are you doing? Okay. So right click? Hang on. Okay, there we go. An important message, some urgent information has been delivered to us. Alright, so click the alert. Left click for an explanation, right click to dismiss. What do you mean dismiss it? Okay, you can recenter on certain announcements, right click to close. These are very important. Dismiss at your peril, immediately dismisses. Okay, preparing for the caravan. You may need supplies for the coming winter. You must build a trade depot. Okay, build a trade depot. Pop it right the fuck here.
Amos, no.
Hear ye, hear ye. There we go, we can sell stuff. Alright, there's a lot more to learn. Alright. This game is open-ended, you can do whatever you choose. If you'd like to have a goal, try and become a baron, then a mountain home. More likely, your dwarves will starve unless you read the first few guides. So remember, losing is fun. Psh. That sounds like doing stuff. That sounds like stuff for nerds. Alright. So a few of you lot, I'm going to need you to actually get your stuff done. Alright. It's important to set expectations. You're right. You're right. We've got a lot of corpses in a tiny space. There's no way this stockpile is a bad idea. Alright. Definitely want to get our dwarves a couple more rooms, you know. Like this person whose bedroom can be right close to some water. That's fine, right? That's fine. Getting a little setup here. I'm sure this is all fine. And we definitely need... How many beds are there? There's like 7. So Lord Moon, this is a detail-heavy game, but it's one of those where being lost in the nonsense of it isn't necessarily bad. So I think we need more like 4 or 5 beds. Yeah, that sounds right. This is one of those games where the sheer amount of complexity in the simulation means you'll never be able to guess and do everything. And that's okay. I feel like we've only got like 1 or 2 dwarves that actually do anything. And Lord Moon, I don't... One of the things that this game does very well is it states losing is fun. That's genuinely their goal of this, and I really do respect that. Yeah, I think we're going to have some dwarf dorms. Like, this game was very, very much inspired by... Oh, God. Okay, sorry. I'm going to pause it. Because the only downside about this is the amount of things trying to keep track of at once. So, hello. Dwarf Fortress is a game where losing is part of the experience. Every attempt that you make in this world is another block of history, another thing to share and enrich the world. It is very, very complex. The overall concept is quite simple. Keep your little cart of dwarves alive. You have 7 of them. You can forage in the land. You can get them doing all sorts. But, like, all in all, the goal is to build a successful dwarven settlement. The thing is, everything in this game is working against you in that regard, so you will be playing and dying and playing and dying, and that's okay. Like, that's not bad. Everything in this adds to your own little story, and it's one of the reasons why Dwarf Fortress gets brought up so much, because it's about the tale that comes from your dwarven areas. Now, this was like the little tutorial area, so the game has picked out for us this little space, and what happens here, who knows? Oh, and Damien, how are you doing? You can still play the free version of this if you want to. It is very ASCII art, and it is very complex. But it's heckin' cool. Like, in terms of games that generate stories and tales, it's one of the best and absolutely one of the most rewarding. To be it. These kids these days should be down at mine instead of playing make-believe and being silly. Every time I see it doing the rounds, it always cracks me up. It's the, you know, who worked hard to get kids out of the mines. And what do? They leap in video games and let them jump down into mines. Let kids mine for coal. They yearn for the dark. Okay. So this is our current setup. So we've got Grumpy Crumbum, the Bektavish Do Nothing, the Expedition Leader, we've got a Miner, Woodworker, Metal Crafter, a Fisher Dwarf doing some fishing. We're doing good. For pets and livestock, we've got a couple of tame dogs, tame cats, got a goat and a duck. Got 2 ducks! Fuck yeah! Some rabbits, a 2-humped camel and a yak. And 3 chinchillas. And no one is dead or missing yet. Go me. Well, Lord Moon, what I will say is this is one of those games that you'll start playing and then you'll blink and be like, why is it light outside and Monday? It is a beautifully rewarding tale of weirdness and nonsense. And was absolutely what led us to get games like RimWorld and not RimWorld. Wow! Do you remember when I used to be able to think of things? I could actually say words. Oh, I guess we need one more bed. And some feckin' doors. Let's make a bed. Make a door. Give me a door. Altar, barrel, spikes, bucket. Ah, Amos, buddy. There we go. Make a wooden door. Give me 3 doors. As I get sucked into this game already. Lizzie, there's so much shite on Twitter today. I don't want to do that. We've got the whole squad here, so we're doing good. Okay. Yeah, see, look at all this. Doors and hatches. It's almost like we know what we're doing. Man, people say this game is hard. Psh, nerds. Piece of cake. Wraith, why are you like this? Sadly, there isn't a red Dwarf Fortress yet. That does mean that you may be responsible. Alright. Proficient planter doesn't have anything to do. Well, let's give you a bloody job then. I don't know, do some... What do plant people do? Do plant stuff. There we go, do plant stuff. Oh, you see, you can go foraging. Whinging. Naruhoodie, I haven't dug into the water yet. something too greedy, something too deep. You know what? You know, we're absolutely being way too safe. So let's. There we go. Piece of cake. Oh, I guess that was the only thing I didn't learn how to do was how to designate rooms.
Forage for food, aka do plant stuff.
Yeah, doing plant stuff. Vanderbeast, you get me. Okay, established. Burrows are work and living areas where citizens can be assigned. Add a new burrow. Accept. Add a new burrow. Accept. Add a new burrow. Accept. Alright, does this mean people will start taking naps and shit? Yeah! Sleepy dwarves. Sleepy dwarves. Psh. You all said this game was hard. This is a piece of cake. Not as good as a wink. I guess I need to start building some places where we can actually make stuff. Alright, so workshops. So we've got... So we've got woodworker. What else do we need? We're dwarves. What do dwarves need? A magma forge? A metalsmith? Yeah! Both. Beer! Shit, you're right, we need beer. How did I almost forget that? Alright, well we'll put the tavern down here. Got a big old tavern down here. We will need a name for this tavern though, so you'll have to start thinking about that one. Yeah, I guess we need plants to turn them into beer. I guess. Do you want to be nerds about it? Go ahead. Alright, well let me pause this. Okay. So. Okay. So I'm gonna need some volunteers. We have 7 dwarves. The chances of them all dying horribly are very high, and this may end up being part of the world as we share it. All right, Prolo, you're first up. Then we got Wraith, then Flowers and Puns. All right. It keeps your surname, but it gives you a first one. Alright, and then... I'm just doing them literally in order, so... so it was then Pun Spectre. Pun Spectre being our resident woodworker. Then... I'm sad to say, Wraith, you will be taking over Grumpy Crumbum. Yeah, it would be lovely to be able to automate this, I tell you. Like, I'm just doing them in order, friends. I'm just doing them in order. So then, Lost Flowers is the Metal Crafter. The irony is not lost on me. We got Mega Boss
You
as
watch,
the
my
Fisher
woodcutter
Dwarf.
dwarf will be a cut above the rest.
Don't jinx yourself. Shite, who was next on the list? Was that? Oh yeah, we just did. Wait, did we just do flowers? Darn it! I lost my train of thought. Alright, so we lost flowers. So next up is just in order is Mega Boss. I figure we'll get the naming conventions in now before the horrible deaths start happening. And then we've got Graves, the planter. And last but by no means least, Lord Moon. Hey, you were quick on the draw. You as the Lord Moon as the expedition leader. This is all coming together. Also, Lord Moon, have we met before? Is this? Are you new? Did I do a bad job of being a host? Would not be the first time that I have been less than useful. All right, so we've got a little trade station above ground. This is great. This is great. You know, this is wonderful. It's just good times filled with whimsy. Nothing bad happens to the dwarves. The end. Oh, try not to. Ah, okay. So Lord Moon, we have met in the real. Okay, this is good. I thought the handle sounded familiar. That seems bad. All right, so our pub might be a little risky. It's fine. It's fine. What do we need? Construction. Walls, fortification, supports. I take it pub isn't just a standard. So farming. Well, yeah, of course we need a still. Duh. I'll put the still down here. There we go. Job's a good one. Well, let's get our brewing operation going, and we'll go from there. Then we should be able to start getting stuff. Like, look at this. This is a happy bunch of dwarves. Shit, yeah. What can we build?
This message is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, one of the biggest mobile role-playing games of 2022, and it's totally free. Cannonball.
Wait, totally free? Oh boy. Where do I start? Biggs, how you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. And Biggs, thank you for the bit. Everyone's been feckin' generous today, whilst I have been struggling with sleep deprivation, technical problems, and just general idiocy. Barrels for the beer and kettles for the monkeys. What? Okay. So we need to build kegs so that we can put beer in them. Alright, I'm learning. We have much to do. Okay. And at the moment, we've just got one gigantic stockpile. Could probably do better, but you know how it is.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the Ark villain Shredder.
Well, Zagraves, that was very kind of you, friend. You managed to get Dashkal, Brickmaster, Zavul, Thrame, and Kandarian. It's not a bad shout. Now, I do agree with Tobias that, you know, perhaps we should skip the middleman and just put beer straight into the dwarves. But Hillian makes a very good point. You want that aesthetically kept. Also, we need somewhere to put the animals. Those poor little creatures. I don't know where we can put them. Okay, Catastros, have a lovely rest of your evening, and it was good to see you, friend. Right, so we already built a still. Get ourselves a cute little farm out here. Get a goat and a pig and raise horses. There's cute birds and shit. Like, this place is going great. There is absolutely nothing. A lot of... Who the hell are you? When did more people show up? Oh. They had babies. Oh, God. Oh, no. We now have a lot more dwarves. I don't know what I'm doing. This is bad. It's not been that long, though. Terror is a lot of you. Lot of you. Alright. Well, at least we can get stockpiling everything. Where we go from there, I don't know. Megabots, make toys. Make toys? What do you think we are? Some kind of toy-making dwarves? Okay, and yes, you're all right. I probably could have done a little bit more in terms of what we needed, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Maybe we should get some cool leather clothing going on. That sounds like a dwarven thing to have. Hey, it's Camille. It's not going awfully. Things are coming together. There's still just a bunch of dwarves hanging out. Plus, apparently, they started having babies, and I didn't realize this, so now there's more dwarves. And the only thing I plan on trading with the the elves is a swift kick in the junk. So, broker request at depot. Alright. Let's do that. Not all of them, Naruhudi, have beards. But the best ones do. That's just well documented. Oh man, there's a massive, like... massive mountain over there. Alright, so we're removing...
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Well met, how is life?
You know what? It's going good. Things have been difficult, no joke. Sleep deprivation is very real, and I'm existing on basically a hope, a prayer, and enough caffeine to kill a person. But I'm doing good. Like, I'm doing good. Oh man, when did we get the Dwarf Fortress? When did we get the Dark Souls music? Bleeding Nora. So worried about flooding this area. Should be fine, right? I mean, Fearless, if we don't have people who are ready to do trades, are we even really traders? We've got to be ready to go. Yeah, flooding's just an underground pool party for people who are cool. The Aquabats were very specific about this. Because so far, we are digging neither greedy nor deep. And that's just not the Dwarven way. It's interesting kind of like learning Dwarf Fortress as someone who played a large proportion of the games inspired by. So if you haven't heard of it, Keeper RL is this mixed with Dungeon Keeper. You play an evil wizard, you hire monsters, you train them, you build yourself a great big evil mountain base. But what's fascinating is that the main boss of your campaign is somebody else who successfully won the game, which I think is fascinating. Like, these dwarves are doing fine. Right, we took apart the base, so now people are off kind of doing stuff, doing things. All right, get the gatherers to do some feckin' work. And you tree choppers, you got work to do. Yeah. Yes, you did see a camel, and the camel's just living its little best life. I thought the camel had just keeled over then. Sorry, Wraith's like, the dwarves are doing fine. No, they're not. Look at them. You took a badger and gave it anxiety. I am a fair and wildly unequipped deity. I mean, we could dig into the hill. I don't know if there's like a cave-in function in this. And dwarves are currently sleeping in shifts, which is fine. The ducks made it into the storeroom. Deal with that as you will. Yeah, DD Hill doesn't quite have the same ring to it. Yeah, we're going down. Oh shit, we're probably getting raided by ducks. Shit, you're right. But yeah, so we are having a faff around on the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress and having a bloody good time doing it. For me, this is kind of a battle with not getting absorbed by this game in its entirety. And Vanderbeest, the pub's a little damp, but we're working on it. We're working on it. You know? We might actually be out of booze at this point, so our dwarves might be a little angry. It's fine. It's fine. Our settlement is brief. It's fine. You're right. It probably needs more damp. We'll hit the underground, see what it gives us.
Did you know if you settle in a highly evil biome alongside the ocean shore, you might get attacked by zombie sharks and whales flopping up the beach?
I did not know that, and I could have lived my life content and happy, having never had that knowledge. Some of the dwarves are starting to head over just to the water, looking out, expressing their sadness at how stuck here they are. I'm just so glad we can eat all this wood when winter finally comes. There's no way this ends poorly. There's no way this ends poorly. But no, it's a fascinating thing because by my understanding, if you get the automation level of this right, like you can do quite a lot of this game and just let it do its own thing. Oh yeah, and Naru Hoodie, like it absolutely inspired RimWorld. The thing that's fascinating about it is seeing how it put forward the idea that losing can be part of the experience. Losing can be fun. That I think is the power that this has had on the industry. With things like Dungeon Keeper and stuff like that, like yes, they were interesting, and you know the whole kind of like playing the bad guy, forging the evil fortress was a lot of fun. Have you trapped me in? Though it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, the supply caravan from the Brass Urns is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with the anticipation of inspecting your splendid craft wells. Oh shit, so somebody wants to come trade. Alright. I don't know what I'm doing. They want to trade. I don't know who's here. Who's here to trade with us? So we've still got an expedition leader. We don't have a broker per se. I'm very lost all of a sudden. And yes, River defending the house. So we don't have any cases, thankfully. And we have some haunted-ass object from the Thimble Swedes. What if we just murder some elves? Because, and it's not cannibalism if it's elf meat, alright? I'm just saying. Only cannibalism if it's other dwarves. It's elves. It's just a a non-discriminating palette. Fucking yo. Yeah, we'll give them a knife directly into their back. Hoocha! The Stablonian Empire grows anew. Something tells me we'll need some more storage around here. Yar, I don't know what I'm doing. But like, said people wanted to come and hang out, but maybe we need a... Oh, okay, diplomacy. The expedition leader, Lord Moon, meets with the outpost liaison. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. Okay. There is so much to share. Information added to the civilization. Make a request for next year's caravan. Boom.
Stablonia live.
Stablonia live! Favor 6, thank you for the bits. And Fearless, like, thank you for the bits via way of tips. Even if it was just to inform me that zombie sharks could exist. Drinks. Oh. Rum. And ale. And wine and beer. Oh. Does anyone fancy some wombat lung? God, I haven't had wombat lung in ages. Just eggs. Just fuck tons of eggs. I don't know what to ask for, so I'm just telling them as to bring us booze. Be like, okay. Okay, so they want bracelets. Oh, that seems like a jewelry crafting kind of thing. We can do that. Make a jewelry crafter. Jeweler. There we go. Piece of cake. We'll make a whole bunch of bracelets, trade it for booze. What's the worst that could happen? Favor 6 says they wonder what kind of challenge only living above ground for play would be. I don't know. No, I need you to make something. Bracelets. No. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Megaboss is saying that beds can only be placed underground. Okay, the amount we're actually getting the tunes is a lot less than I was expecting. And I take it that this is probably like... whatever this is meant to be was... possibly too sturdy for our little dwarves to start mining into. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Now, was it that we ended up having a bunch of dwarven babies, or did we manage to get other dwarves from other settlements to come by and be like, yo, what's up? Okay, so there are people here to trade. Proper good steel items. Okay, there is so much to this. All right, we're going to take a stop. We're going to take a breath. So this is a sword dwarf of the Lolo racecraft who's come to visit us and who has a generated personality. He has quite poor focus and very bad sense of empathy and lacks understanding of social relationships and next to no willpower. Oh boy! He is definitely not one of our dwarves, that's for feckin' sure. So we've got a couple of peasants and a strangely bearded baby. Okay. Wraiths was saying, so we will get told when others show up. Alright. I do wonder if there's like a way we can just set one of our dwarves just to tell the dwarves what they need to be doing. But the wet knives. So who are the wet knives? Because the wet knives seem to have brought some strange idol with them. Are they dead? Did we kill them? Pun Spectre's just getting drunk by themselves. Good work, puns. I drink because I think. So we do have people coming by the trade tavern. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. At this point, like, if we let these dwarves continue on, like, they're going to end up, I guess, eating through their food supplies in a fair bit of time. So we can definitely work on that. I guess the question is, what does this little dwarven setup look like? We're at that point now where we've been given enough tools to vaguely understand where we're going. And there's certainly some interest to be had. Oh yeah, we were going to make bracelets to trade, weren't we? God, I forget. This was definitely not the day to be heavily undercaffeinated, my dear friends. So sorry, we've got a farm up, but I haven't worked out how to get them to start. I guess fertilize every season. I guess. We're gonna have so many dead dwarves by the end of this. Oh yeah, did any of you find out if we're able to add names into the generator list? Because that could be a lot of fun for... I mean, I don't know if we'd end up regenerating this kind of world. Oh, Lord Moon, they can forage for food. So I think we can tell them to do that. Let's find a nice bunch of... Yeah, here we go. There's loads of good stuff here. Boosh. There's even some fucking cabbages. Cabbage o'clock. Most of the dwarves do not seem to be happy with me, though. But it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh. Okay. Friendos, I just blinked and realised we just hit the 3-hour mark. I'm going to nip to the loo very quickly. You know what? I'm just going to let these dwarves roll. I'm just going to let whatever happens, happens. And we'll go from there. Oh, wow. None of these work. I'm so sorry, friends. There we go. So here's our little trading outpost. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Alright. I'll be back in just a second, friends. Please don't go anywhere. Hopefully I can regain my focus. But also, like, I'm trying to decide if we want to try and generate a Longshipian world today. The kind of thing we could kind of share stories or pass from one to another. God, that... How big are the save files for this? Because that could be fascinating. Like, each person gets a turn. They make a world, like, they make a fortress, they play it until death, then they pass it on. Like, essentially creating our own little, like... Oh, that could be fascinating. Anyway, these are things to ponder. These are things to ponder. I've been trying to decide for some more stuff for us to do later on. Is that called a succession game? Hang on. Let me go pee. I'm going to grab some water. But I want to hear about that when I get back, alright? Alright? Alright. Dwarves. Alright, this is going well. Wait, why are there more of them? Hang on. Hang on. I wasn't gone that long. Why are there more dwarves? What happened? Yeah, okay, like 10 unhappy-ish dwarves, but... where are they? Dwarves! Alright, so they're out of meat and fish. Oh, that explains what happened to the animals. Oh, no. Donkey. Alright, so we're gonna need a butcher shop. It's gonna be a bad time. Also, sorry, you did get rumbled. Okay, so let's have a look at the citizens. Apparently we've just attracted a lot of people. We've only got one dwarven baby. Who'd want to live here? But yeah, I got good news and bad news. Donkey meat's back on the menu. Oh, come on. And nobody has died. We have been at this for 2 hours. There's no... Oh, shit. I'm so sorry to inform you the weasel didn't make it. Weasel the weasel is gone. Oh, but we did find a great horned owl. Deal with that as you will. Alright, well, I guess we need a butcher shop, you lunatics. You know what? I'm not going to put the abattoir right next to... the feckin' the beds. That seems like a bad idea. I think the only thing I'll really do is work on... where's the butcher? Is that under farming? Yeah, there we go. Meat. Actually, yeah, let's keep going. We'll have like a little... our own little like trade space down here. But I am sorry to say that the donkeys have got to go. I don't make the rules. Yeah, okay, so Megaboss, the brewer does have a kitten as a pet. Here's the thing, I don't remember us assigning anybody to brew. Could definitely use a little fishery. Our own little, like, tannery row right here. I wonder if we can just say, hey, dwarves, you'll want to be just doing stuff? Okay, so I have 200 miscellaneous food. I don't know what miscellaneous food is, other than, well... we probably need a kitchen to turn the food into good stuff. So far, this is going way better than expected. There might be a tasks selection menu. Dig, drink, drink, sleep, sleep, fish, drink. The stocks button should show us a breakdown. Okay. I am more confused. Yeah, everyone's angry because they're sober right now, which, you know, I can't really blame them, you know. Does he have a manager? Do I have a manager? I don't have a manager. Okay. So manager. Once your fortress reaches a certain population, the manager must work in an office. Our expedition leader could be, but they're already leading the expedition. Assign a manager and a bookkeeper. Alright, so... Alright, so we're going to take a breath. Because we've got a crap load more gnomes. Gnomes? Dwarves. Fucking hell. This game is great. And it scares me how quickly it grabs my brain and just goes... Blah, 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 blah. Like, I'm already very into this. So what was the thing you were talking about with a... Was it not a legacy game, but like the idea of like passing a save around? Okay, nobles can occupy important competition. So the expedition leader can be a manager or a broker. Okay, a succession game. Alright, so give me some details. What is a succession game? So you pass a fort around and take turns running it. So it's not so much for like the legacy of the history of it. Oh, okay. I mean, what I was thinking was each person plays until their fortress keels over, and then it sets the tone from there. Now, we've got a lot more dwarves. So whilst we're chatting about this, does anybody else want to have a dwarf of their very own? So I think I've got about 5 or 6 slots. Okay, so Hillian, congratulations. I'll try and get these as best as I can. Then XD Johnny XP. I got you. You're a carpenter. Next up, Quasi Gilmar. Is that you all wanted to jump in? I'm gonna choose to see that as a yes. Quasi, you're an engraver. Yeah, you're making them good. Yeah, you're making them good goods. And Gilmar Greyjoy, you'll be an animal caretaker. Boosh. Okay. So on the management side, so the expedition leader can also be the manager. So that's okay. So needs a meager study. Alright, we can do that. And a bookkeeper. Oh, Zagraves, congratulations. Zagraves will also need a study. Is there anything else we need for the right now? So they need a chair and a table. I don't know. I think I'll give them some decent little areas. Have our own little like admin wing down here. So we need 2 chairs and 2 tables. We can do that. All right. Add new task. Make me a chair. Wooden chair. And another chair. And then 2 tables, please. All right. So Robin says, genuinely want your bookkeeper not doing anything other than bookkeeping. Okay. Make an enormous wooden corkscrew. Wait, I want to make a table. What nonsense is this? There we go. Make a wooden table. And another wooden table. Apparently I've forgotten how to read. Okay. So if we have a look at Zagraves, who's the official bookkeeper, all Zagraves is doing currently is drinking and bookkeeping. That's okay. Oh, we need a couple of doors and all, won't we? Oh, yeah. But that was from... Oh, that's going to have to go later. The hell is that? Murky mule... Nervous tissue? God, you... you dwarves scare me sometimes. Oh, and puns. This is apparently our... So make a few beds as well. Increase the domicile. Add a new task. Make some beds. How many beds? More beds, please. Can I just copy last task? That would be great. Just... Oh, that was it. We wanted to make some barrels as well, didn't we? Got to start making some booze. Sobriety is not how we're getting through this, let me tell you, friends. Okay, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, puns. Yeah, I left you mid-sentence on what your character was up to. Apparently, whatever it was you were up to, puns, you're now definitely all about that. Okay, here we go. You're definitely all about that. Make a workshop first. Oh, so okay, we can't have the administrative wing up here. All right, fine. Alright, so you're sorry, you're gonna have to have your own administrative wing off the main area. Sorry about that. You know how it is. Yeah, it's the Graves. It's weird, you know, when art starts imitating life. How does it know? How does it know? And then, oh yeah, so then we start doing like some furniture, bed, booth. Is there a quicker way to like shortcut to placing furniture? Because we've got a lot of shortcut. What do you mean you've not got any beds? Furniture, bed, bed. Oh, we're still going to make some more beds. Alright, alright. Alright, well. I guess we need another workshop? Okay. Thank you, Robin. Okay, so we've got a couple of tables. The tables and chairs are set. So I guess, yeah, we're just waiting for people to start making the beds we need. Okay. Let's build, workshop, and we want another carpenter. All right. Yeah, and you're right. We've got to make a couple doors to be able to place them. Boosh. That place is still working on the beds. Nod's as good as a wink. So furniture, table. There's our tables. And some little chairs for everybody. Look, I'll level with you, friends. They're not great offices, but they'll do. And then I take it these are... So the burrows are just sleep wherever you want. So how do I assign these as offices? So it's not a burrow, a zone, green square. Okay. Okay. Okay, so zones. All right. Okay, so here we go. So we create an office. So, office. There we go. Accept. And then I guess we assign the expedition leader. Okay, yeah, and then we create a second office here just for Zagraves. Accept. Assign Zagraves. Boof. Alright. 3 of the dwarves are having the best time of their lives, and the rest are just generally disappointed with me. Got crap loads of meat and fish, though. That's good. No one's dying. Alright, and I hope you're ready for some persimmon mead. This is going real well. Fearless, the meat and fish is absolutely getting cooked and not being left in a horrible, dank, underground basement of nastiness. However, how do you all feel about pond turtle for dinner? Actually, yeah, persimmon mead sounds fucking great. Okay. Hopefully people don't get too mad at each other for snoring, but we'll go for it. Oh, Fearless, I didn't know that. Oh, favourite 6, yeah. Proper good blue steak. Oh. Okay, what's the dish that's like the freshly ground steak with like an egg yolk in the centre? That's like the super fancy people's thing. Weirdly craving it after yesterday's stream, which is pretty dark to say out loud, but... Steak tartare, thank you! Don't know why I've been craving that. Like, it's an absolute gambit to consume as a food type. You never know. Okay, people are now more mad at me. What are they mad about? We've got jobs, we've got food and stuff. I guess we could stand to have somewhere to start making some like some ash and useful things. Wait, so I can just tell this person to catch a live... Alright, anyway, we're doing great for food. Doing great for food. This could be going much worse. And our little cannery row here is doing real well. Just say tannery row. Jobs. Oh, good one. Oh, look at us getting stuff done. Do we have any gems to cut? I guess. Add a new task. Cut some gems. Just do it. Just cut those gems. I guess. Are they... Favourite 6, are they mad they don't have a table to eat? Oh, we don't have a pub yet. Alright. Yeah, we're going to need a decent pub. Oh yeah, but now we've got administration. Like this helps us do stuff and things, right? Hopefully our leader doesn't die. Okay, and I'm definitely talking to the Mistvault family. You can't have a broom as a family heirloom. God, ridiculous. Excuse me. God, I'm so sorry. Oh no! Our stray dog! Our puppy! No! Okay. So yeah, we can set an area as a meeting. I guess we'll get this as our little like town square, right? This can be our cute little hangout spot. You know, give it a real kind of like Hellboy night market kind of vibe, you know? Yeah, probably did get eaten by a tiger. That's a good point. The foraging squad's not really been doing a lot. And I see some grapes that aren't ours, so... That's a lot of wine that we're not currently getting.
What is the malted liquor? What gets you drunker quicker? What comes in bottles or in cans? Beer, can't get enough of it. Beer, how I really love it. Beer, makes me think I'm a man. Beer, I could kiss.
Beer indeed! Okay, so is... Alright, so is it a zone? So do we just declare an area to be a... Oh, a meeting area. An important zone where your citizens will gather to socialise. Okay. Booth. Accept. Okay, so now everybody got a place to hang out, so we can start putting some cool shit around here. We need a stone carver. Who carves stone? Stone workers carve stone. I'm gonna make a statue. You know what? Honestly, I thought I was going to be super dead by this point. I mean, most people are grumpy, but like, yo, we got 18 dwarves. People don't hate it. Add a new task. Make a rock altar. Pedestal. Armor stand. Bookshelf. Floodgate. Engrave a memorial slab. Draugic says, because I didn't build onto an aquifer, we're doing alright. I think the game stopped me from drowning us. Alright, rock altar. That sounds pretty good. Yeah, I think Robin is right. It turns out this whole time, Dwarf Fortress was just an easy game for babies, and everyone was just being nerds about it. Draugs was saying, best form of difficulty, build a base under an island that's under the ocean. One stray pebble in the wrong place and it's It's bye-bye. It's bye-bye bad times. Okay. The populace is still unhappy with me, but they're not bimbling around above ground. They're fishing up a storm. That's good. That's good. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we are getting a very gentle start because, like, look at all these goodies. Hey, how do I put my altar back? Furniture, table, chair, cabinet, burial, offering place. Well, there we go. So now we've got a cute little altar in the center. All right, so things we need to do. We need to make a pub. And we definitely need to start brewing more bevies. Okay, yeah. Make a wooden barrel. You know what, I might just keep that task going for a while. Oh, so we need to make drinkware, but only after we have drinks. Okay, I'll get people building some bars. An air dragon, Watto and welcome. I mean, I don't think any of you need me to tell you this game is fucking brilliant. And currently, the only struggle I'm having with it is that this game is too good, and I'm trying not to ignore you all and just dwarf it up right now. Okay, there's one person who's super grumpy. So we'll see what their deal is. But I think it's sobriety, to be honest. Like, we've got the kitchen providing, like, decent, not raw meals. No, Fearless, you never ask them. Never ask the people what they want. The dead walk. Hide while you still can. That seems bad. Siege. That seems very bad. What do you mean, uh-oh? What do I do? Ah, piss! Oh no! Alright, let's see what's coming. Alright, so we've got Nail Rainstoke, a goblin lasher, a zombie goblin. It's a human necromancer with like a goblin, an undead goblin spearman, and 2 undead goblin crossbowmen, and an undead dwarf as well. Some other undead dwarves. This is bad. I didn't train a military. We were making a pub and we were making mead and shit. We were living the good life. Alright, let's see how this goes down. I'll try and pause this to let you all know how it's going. I mean, I can try and train some foot soldiers in time, but currently there's the Necromancer and there's the Salamander. Yeah, I am a cheap and easy recruitment tool. Poor people are getting chased around. Alright, that's one dead. Oh, hang on. Let's pause it. We've got an alert. Pun Spectre has been found dead. Lord Moon has been found dead. Oh, Pun's mate. You tried to make it up to the top of the mountain. It didn't end well. How did Lord Moon go? Oh shit, they're in the base! No! Defend yourselves, my dwarfs! Lost Flowers has assumed the position of ruler on account of the fact that Hillian and Wraith are both dead. Hiding out in the feckin' stock room. No! They don't know how to defend themselves! Yeah, Flowers dead, Greyjoy dead. People we didn't even get the chance to name dead. Oh. Down to 11 dwarves with no means to defend themselves. Down to 7 dwarves. Zagraves is gone. Megaboss is gone. This is not looking good. We are changing management very quickly. This was not good! It's a lot of blood. So suffice it to say, if somebody else came across this, they'd find all the resources that we left. Down to 5. Everybody's dead, Dave. Quasi. Megaboss. Might have announced your death twice. I'm proud to report the cat is still alive. The cat is still alive. Everyone else is dead. Like, super dead. They killed the fucking duck! Piece of shit necromancer. Alright, who's still alive? Let's just do a quick head count, shall we? Okay, so good news. XD Johnny XP and Prolo are still alive. Vladbok, Administrator, and Raukhurst are also with them. They won't last long. Yeah, so Hillian, so basically I'm guessing I'd need to like build a force to actually fight and take this back. So this will probably end up being like a necromancer's. Yeah, see, a few people are being already turned into the undead. Johnny's hiding in the... We're down to 3 dwarves. 2 dwarves! And there we have it. Final dwarf. Conquered! Your strength has been broken. Save the world and return to the title. So save to timeline recommended. Save to new timeline. Keep this if you want to keep the old save. Save to new folder, same timeline. Okay. Yeah, Bacon, that went from 0 to we got fucking killed. Yeah, no, I'm going to save to timeline. Well, they didn't just eradicate everything, they also obliterated and resurrected the poor creatures. This is what I get for talking shit all day. Okay. Oh yeah, so did anyone look at affecting the naming conventions of like generated dwarves and stuff? Because I don't think it's something I'm going to do right now. Well, it's dependent on how much it takes, but I'd love to create basically like a Longshipian history game. Well, so Fearless, the only thing I was considering was like the history of these worlds it's generated is fascinating, but the naming conventions are all over the place. Oh yeah, Prolo, sleep well. Your dwarf lived a happy and peaceful life. Maybe I should have trained a military. But yeah, the thing I was asking is how do... so like when we generate the history of a world, how do we find out, like, where does it pull those names from? Oh yeah, okay, and what do we want to do here? Do we want to start a new game in an existing world, or do we continue the active game? Okay, so entry default, languages, SMY, and language worlds are data files that need to be changed for the generated names. Okay. As Grave says, what's the option that allows for vengeance, my poor dead financial administrator? I'm not sure. I guess continue active game might be... So that has 2 saves. Start a new game in an existing world. Okay, now we want to start a new game in an existing world. So the absolute domain. So we'd need to build a fortress, make our... fortify our dwarves, and then send them in. Okay, so anyway, correct me if I'm wrong. We want to do this one, right? We want to start a new game in an existing world. Okay, start a new game, existing world. See, now we get to choose where we at. Whereas the previous one was kind of like a tutorial area. So we'll see where suits us. But yeah, it was like one necromancer and like 4 guys, and that's all it took. So historical figures. Wraith? Okay, lots of wraiths. Let's see if there's a prolo. Nah. Sadly, none of you became historical figures. The Graves? Nah. You tried. Alright. Fortress, let's go! So, Robin says you can control your neighbours, which can control who can invade you. Hey, Caffeine, I can get like a... Oh, skip the tutorial. We just did the tutorial. Okay, if this is your first time playing, please heed the words. About aquifers, salt water, and other hazards. Pfft, nerds. Alright, so this is the world as we see it. There's some cool people up in the icy north. The Whiskers of Worship are up this way. They got humans, but also some goblins. A few days' travel. A lot of goblins. A lot of goblins. Okay, so that's a human castle. Whereas there's some cool dwarven areas around this way. Oh shit, so this must be the oh, there's the Trestled Hills. That's all nice. Okay, so this was the jungle areas. The jungles of Acrimene. Remember the person we read about who did like 2 tours of combat in this area? Like divorced like twice. The bottom of the mean will okay, so click the map to zoom in and choose your embark location. So let's look up here to the north. Although, here's a jungle island with nobody around. That's kind of cool. Nice little spot around here. And there's some... It's pretty rife with goblins. I now understand why the Goblin Wars were so brutal. I guess the goblins came from the jungle area, so where did the necromancers get involved in this? A heavily forested underground area. Okay, so necromancers are their own special breed of jerk. The Whale of Adoration have some cool stuff up in the Scrublands. Oh, here we go. Some good looking spots up this way. Nothing too actively trying to kill us. This is fucking cool. Sorry, I'm getting so lost in in where we could do and what's going on. I don't remember where our previous fortress was, because remember they picked the area for it. So down here we've got choose origin civilization, reclaim, retire. Okay, reclaim and unretire. Oh yeah, it was here. Was it here? No, it was right here. It was the comedic swords of the brass urns founded gilt paddles. Yeah. So this was us right here. Look at this gorgeous little setup. It was a good time, friends. It was a good time. So if that was us in the center there, I wonder if there's any good spots not too far. Like, I don't think we're going to be able to avenge the graves today, but it's nice knowing that we could. Oh wow, yeah, this is rife with goblins. Okay, and so the red areas are areas already claimed. And this whole area is goblin turf. And yeah, Wraith, you're right. There is a necromancer in that area. So one day we'll be able to return. But it is not this day. I wish for us to forge a path in the north. We shall be hardy and tough. I must have strong opinions about this. Yeah, king it north. Okay, this seems good. Not too many goblins. I assume shallow clay and shadow sand is not good. But we're a hardy bunch. Amos sensibly fears the north. All right. Well, then here we go. Okay, click embark to place your fortress. Look at this. There's a lovely little stream. Got some snow and ice. It's cold, but, you know, we're hearty. Oh, actually, do you want... what do you prefer, friends? The snowier stuff? Or we can move slightly further down. I mean, the humans are just about... And we can trade with them. Quadrants, the aquifers can be a bit of an issue. It seems like it's mostly light aquifers. Kestrel's like, snow is great, till you have to shovel it. Ah, I see you. Alright, no, I'm liking the look of this. I'm liking the look of this. So, we're going to make... I'll keep it to cold rather than freezing. Oh, that's what I've got to do if we want that. Dig through the aquifers. Show no fear. Few human towns nearby. Whoever these humans are, they are loons. Alright. So this is our little embark here. You've selected an area with salt water. Abort. Abort. It's a saltwater stream. Alright, what about over here? This looks pretty cool. How is it all salt water? Oh, now we're starting getting into the danger turfs. Axel Crescent says they've been struggling to deal with aquifers. Yo, I'm only... Like, we just died due to necromancy. So Secretly Robin and Fearless Sun and a few other people in chat have been playing Dwarf Fortress proper for quite some time. Oh, light aquifer, piece of cake. Alright. This is our new home. Prepare for your journey carefully. We can name our dwarves! Yeah! Alright! Okie dokie. Yeah, suddenly every dwarf is a fighter and not a miner. No, well, it means we're gonna have somebody who knows how to fucking handle themselves. Or... hang on. And Bismarck, the tutorial wasn't 3 hours long. We just got into faff mode. My faux blankets falling all over the place. I'm a disaster. And yeah, it was going great until a random necromancer was like, so... heard you were doing good. Okay, okay. So it's a point system here to choose our... Okay, this might be more customization than I am ready for. Oh, oh no. Alright, I've unfortunately gotten myself into a position where I cannot change it. Alright, so... So we need a leader, a cutter, a forager. Oh, God. Oh, this is not good. Okay. Okay. So I have, as the kids would say, I have fucked up now. Two miners, a butcher, a forager, a planter, a blacksmith, and a mason. Alright, that sounds like a good setup. But and then somebody who can fight. To Quadra, you would have thought. But even my strongest miner got their face beaten in. It was not good. Oh, okay, and we can't just enter our own names for these. We have to choose, like, adjectives and stuff. Okay. Oh, this is going to take us ages to set up. No. I don't know what I'm doing. Can we back up? No! Piss! I fucked up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know the gist of where we were going to set up. Now, if I was playing this by myself, honestly, friends, I'd spend like at least an hour or two just setting up like our team and choosing their setup. Like, now we have a much better understanding, and we can start doing things like building traps and getting stuff together. I can do this. It's going to be a while before we're able to avenge the Graves and the rest of the first trope properly, but skip tutorial. Okay, so we were... so we started off in... Was it up this way in the north? Was it over here? Oh yeah, so we started over here, but it was a little too difficult. And was it around here? So one of the crossroads of water. We chose... Was it there? Wasn't that, because it was one of the areas we moved to that wasn't salt water. Oh, it's near the pathways here. That's a saltwater stream? What is wrong with you, game? So I guess we were over here, I want to say? Okay. I'm gonna do the start immediately with default skills, equipment, and animals. And enemies will be on. But we'll start naming things probably as of like next event. Okay. So let's pause it. Okay, this isn't too bad. Got a nice big old chunky mountainside here. I can work with this. Though absolutely not building our home here. So I reckon we'll set up right round about here. Smack dab. Let's do this like we mean it, friends. Actually, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to copy the old... so we're going to basically use the mountain here as a way to stop it in. Oh, yes, and you're right. We can set people's roles beforehand. Because right now, there aren't enough people. So you're saying we need a manager who can be the exceptional one, and then a bookkeeper. All right. Okay, so we got this. No, it says we will need those at the moment. Alright, well, we'll see how it goes. For the rest of you lot, we want you to scavenge. want you to clear this area. Okay, so you know what? Oh, feckin' hell. Okay, there we go. Alright. So we're going to use the side of the mountain here to give ourselves something to work with. That way, in the event of attacks, we can start creating like a nice big old defended fortress. You know, get that, everything that Keeper RL taught me to do, you know? I'm learning. I'm learning the Dwarven way. I'm adapting. And see, there's aquifers and stuff here. We can handle that. Delicious stagnant water. Piece of cake. And everyone's mildly perturbed with my existence. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, person who does the mining. Can't help but notice you're not making the place we need to go. Okay, buddy. Oh, so Rainier, yeah, we got jumped by a necromancer who brought goblins. It was messy. Yeah, and I'm with Wraith on this one. There weren't enemies there last time until there were. Because remember, Dwarf Fortress is an easy game for babies. Oh, setting the other things to mine overrode the... Yeah, sorry. That's on me. Okay. So, first things first. Storage. Pop that nice and over here. You got a lot to do, mate. So, no dilly-dally, alright? Then we'll bring it into here. We'll have a nice little hub. Job's a good one. Sorry, Favourite Six was saying Dwarf Fortress is the Dark Souls of management sims. Did you just steal Wraith's bit? I think you might have. Then we'll make ourselves a little... Oh god. Our little work district. It'll be great. It'll be great. But yeah, so basically, Rainier, what we'll end up doing is hopefully getting an soldier or two, but also setting up some doors and some traps. You know, I was living too carefree. I wasn't adhering to the dwarves' code. You know. Oh yeah, and you know what that means, Fearless? Some sweet feckin' tankards. It's gonna be great. Famous Six said they failed out of Keeper RL. Do you mean like mechanically, or? Because Keeper RL is a fascinating one because you know, you're always under assault. It's guaranteed to happen. Oh yeah, Dragons. That's a very, very good plan. I may... I forget if we can block up areas once we've dug them. Okay, so for the rest of you, there's plenty to be foraging. And there's plenty to be cutting. You're going to have plenty of work soon enough. And so... Oh yeah. So we want our storeroom. Stockpile for one. Stockpile everything there. And while it's not exactly the most exciting area for now, this can be the start of what will be our cool kind of central cool hangout. We'll make this the meeting area down there so people aren't biffing around up on top when they haven't got anything to do. So what will we need? We'll need a kitchen, fishery, bushery. We're going to be constructing stuff. I'm sorry to say that the yak and the reindeer may not be stuff we bring in. Hey, so Captain Hillian, have a lovely rest of your evening. Okay, we've just gotten started. Where are my pissing manners? So, to those of you that haven't been a dwarf so far, who wants to jump on in for our OG7? Oh, straight ducklings. Dragix, you're in? Alright. Bearing in mind that you may end up as fodder for necromancers. Ortrazini and Chaunus. Love it. I'm just kind of doing it in order of names as they pop up. And then Chaunus. So Graves is saying we don't have enough volunteers. Jimmy the Cat is signing up for this. Did you not explain to Jimmy the Cat what happened to you? Or how apparently I just can't read today. Rainier, you're in. And then we got Varbles at favor 6.
Stop that incessant clicking.
The soft kind of thunder in the background is nice. Varbles the Fisher Dwarf. And then favor 6, and then we have one more slot. For now, anyway. And Adam, it's not a coal. It's not a coal. But, Adam, you can have the last slot. I apologise to Jimmy the Cat, but I need... Although, we do actually have a cat. So if I go to pets... Yeah, so here we go. Introducing... Jimmy the cat. Done. Alright. Let us continue. So, we definitely need the wood workshop. Yeah, the carpenter was definitely a must for us. Yeah, that was kind of the main important one. Oh yeah, and a fishery, because right now... Actually, yeah, so if we extend our little, like, food and cooking row here, we can have our butchery areas, we can have our construction areas. God, I am so smart at this game. This way, yeah, prepare raw fish. Both. That's just on task. Get a kitchen going. Jobs are good 'un. Love it. Just got to make sure we're brewing our own bevies, and then we'll be fine. Because remember, friends, a drunk dwarf is a happy dwarf. And I drastically miscalculated how much stuff we were going to need. So... Why? As immediately when I'm like, you know what, I'm getting the hang of the game, you're like, Will's doomed us all. This is it. Oh yeah, and this can be the nap time quarters. I will say that if you do find this game to be a little intimidating, I definitely recommend Keeper RL as a wonderful alternative. It's not as intense when it comes to the overall strategy of it and the complexity of the systems. But the goal of that one is to win, and for that one, you play the villainous necromancer. Hey, if any of you lot show up due to necromancy, I will cry. There will be actual angry tears. Oh yeah, it feels... I was wondering what that was. So that's a waterfall. That's pretty cool. Tim, the Enchanter. What is your quest? Rainier, the other one is Keeper RL, and it's a little bit... it's a little bit Dungeon Keeper. And it's more... It has a little bit more wave survival, because, you know, you're the villain, so the humans will undoubtedly keep trying to send stuff at you. There's also, like, rival villains who will try and stop you as well. And Wraith has been posting some tutorials in the Videodrome. Love it. Good. That'll be exceedingly useful. I mean, we haven't got to the point now where like our stockpiles can be broken down into areas and things like that. But the thing with Keeper RL is that in its clarity of purpose, it loses a lot of the story building, which is fine. Like, no diss. Oh, we want the kitchen. I mean, I find that I do end up talking a lot about... So add new task, prepare easy meals. How do we prepare a fine meal, I wonder? Because while we have less dwarves, we might as well eat well, right? Alright, I'll make sure we don't cook up all our seeds. I'm not a complete dingus, he said, mostly being a complete dingus. But we'll get our... butcher shop. We'll get a feckin' tannery in there and all. So Lord Moon, welcome back. New place, new base, new dwarves, new world. There's possibly, I'm not saying directly, there's possibly a chance that I fecked up the last one. A lot. But, you know, what's important? Oh shit, we can get like a little farmer setup going here. You know what? I'm not going to put the farmer setup right next to the abattoir. That's a little bit too sadistic. But yeah, suffice to say, Kevin the Necromancer ruined our fecking day in the previous bit. So I'm starting to... I don't know, hopefully get us up and running this way. You know what, Lord Moon? I did learn something. And you know what? Sometimes that's what's important. It's the knowledge that we gain. Right? The soil we're digging around in is... that's clay. So I take it we can't build flaming forges in a clay setup. You know what? Salem's onto it. Learning is overrated. That's for nerds. Nerds have to do learning. Gnomes. Dwarves, even. Alright, give me a door. And 6 7 beds, let's be honest. Bed. 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 Good at maths. Hilandric says that dwarves keep dying to kangaroos. Are you in a kangaroo-heavy region? Because kangaroos can fight. Like, kangaroos do not give a hot heck. Hope you'll like cheese. Okay, friends. When I say the term reindeer cheese, what comes to mind? Because that may or may not be what's on the menu tonight. Just gonna say it there. It's fine. It's fine. It's all fine. Reindeer cheese. It's a delicacy in these parts, you know. They've almost finished. Yeah, I think they've almost finished getting everything out of the wagon. I can't remember if there's like a specifically, oi, you lot, go grab X. Yeah, we're learning. Oh, I guess a nice extra door as well. Like, it's not a lot, but we can't start crafting things too hard just yet. Also, the music is absolutely incredible. That was something I really didn't expect. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, but still. Yeah, Hendrix, I think you've got to start a... Unfortunately, yeah, I think you've got to start a great big war against the kangaroos. I don't know what else to tell you. Everyone's doing good here. Just gotta... There we go. So now we have a teeny tiny little door, just in case. The fun one with Keeper RL was creating like horrendous gas traps and stuff like that, and then using those to poison heroes. There was a trying to get at you. All right, so we can get rid of the wagon. Like we're good now. We're good. Like, do we need paths? Who knows? But look at these little mother hubbards. They're having a great time. Totally having a great time. Oh shit, we should be building some booze. Yeah. Alright. Welcome to the great big infinite storage room. Organization is for nerds. Oh yeah, I see you're up. That extra layer of spice, that magma pep. So Hildrick says the favourite thing they've heard about is the dwarven shotgun. Do tell. And I'm sorry I keep bringing up Keeper RL friends. I'm not meaning that to be like a, oh, well, my video game is better because of GDP. I really don't mean that. I know it's a bit bad to cram everybody in, but we're a little far off from everybody having their own domiciles. Also, we just gained a crap load more dwarves. Where did you lot show up from? I mean, yay. Still. Alright, let's get some stoneworkers then. Workshop. Stoneworker. Hey up, stoneworker. Fucking hell. Alright. Okay. Maybe, I'm not saying definitely, maybe I shouldn't have scavenged as much stuff as we did in the beginning. Oh yeah, and this is burrows. So we know about burrows. So new burrow. It's all in here. Okay.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems
Now
nominal.
people have places to sleep.
29 months and finally this Viking is dwarfing.
I'm dwarven. I'm dwarven hard. Obviously the answer to that is dwarven hard or hardly dwarven. I'm so sorry. And we want to designate a zone. So this is going to be our meeting area. So everybody can hang out here. We're going to start putting some cool stuff in. But yeah, for the moment, this is our cool hangout. We could probably set up like a little pasture for the animals as well. Now, you know what? The animals are fine outside right now. Okay. So I'm going to make an extra... So add new work order. Make me... is it wooden casts I need? Barrels. Make wooden barrels. You know what? Do that for a bit. Just do that for a bit. And then we'll start popping some booze out. Oh, sorry, Hookshot. Where are my feckin' manners? Hello. Thank you for 29 months. What's going down? Yeah, we're on the Steam build of Dwarf Fortress. Shocking nobody. It's fucking brilliant. And I'm really happy to be getting stuck into this, you know. Alright, there we go. Okay. If I can set for wooden beds, that's for bloody sure. So O key is general work orders. Alright, so no general work orders. So add a general work order. Oh, so if we want to, like, really work towards... Okay. Alright, I have much to learn. I have much to learn about these ways. Anyway, we need booze, we need cabbage. Let's make it happen. I guess we can gather up some herbs as well. Give me the good shit. Oh yes, so we're gonna need. Oh yeah, we're gonna need managers, aren't we? All right, you good? Although now we've got a lot more people, so we can start like promoting people to necessary tasks. And then maybe training people how to, like, do a fight and stuff. That'd be great. Though I think we'll need to go a level deeper for, like, fighty violence. How are you there? Farbles! Farbles, what are you doing there, mate? Alright. So this is Sandy Loam Cavern Floor. Alright. If you need me, I'll be digging deep and greedily. So Fields was saying, so a work order can be like, make 10 barrels of booze. If we have 10 barrels available and fewer than 10 units of booze, that'll be a standing work order, so you don't have to worry about it too much. Okay, so that's where we get into the automation. Yeah, so Phil is still in the dirt layer, but we can put the administratum at this layer. We'll go down a few more until we can start getting towards stone. See, we're still at elevation 4 here. Sorry, elevation 7, so that we can go way down. Have you all noticed that this game is completely encapsulating my attention span? God, I mean, I don't think anyone is surprised by this, but feck me running. It's one of the reasons why I'm always a little bit scared about showing these games to you all, because, friends, I am focusing very hard on not just being like, wow. You know what I mean? Yeah, and I mean, Naru, yes, and the world does just disappear, but it's one of the great powers of video games. It's something that I think is fucking cool. Alright. Make bed? Make me a bunch of beds. We can always sell them later. We're doing good for food. Brew from fruit. Brew from plant. Brew from fruit. Brew from plant. Brew from fruit. There we go. I think the herbalist's making us a strawberry mead in a pearwood barrel. Fuck, that sounds good. That sounds really good. Darn it. Yeah, Stooge, that I realised what I was saying there is like, well, it's the administratum organisation of the Estrata Militarum is where you will find our next adventure. Did that thing again where they dug the first part, not the second part. Oh. Oh, that's bad. How do I get rid of a stair? Because that's why it's not digging down. It's water. Just build over it. Alright, well there's enough cots for everybody now. I'm doing good for barrels. Alright, yeah, so I need a couple chairs. That'll be handy. A couple tables. Get that going. I feel a bit bad though, like some of the admin areas end up being terrible. I mean, I think about...
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
This game is hot right now.
This game is so hot right now. Oh shit, alert. Oh, the merchants need a trading area. Alright. That's not really an alert though. I mean, we'll do it. But to El Guapo, Wato and welcome. Hello, hello. How goes it, friend? Diplomancy! Oh, Adam. Adam's asking, what's up? Liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. What do we feckin' need? I don't know. Do you want kangaroo cheese? Oh, I wish I hadn't said that out loud. They're asking me what we want. I'm like, I don't fucking know. Let's get, you know what? Get us a bit of the lobster. I don't know. What have you got? Jesus. Some leather armor and some mail shirts wouldn't be terrible. Booze. Booze, 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 booze. Kangaroo and horse cheese. Oh, I need to stop saying this out loud. Some garden vegetables. Some tomato, bit of squash. Owned melons. Love it. You know, just some plant stuff is fine. Oh, yes. Mugs. Petrified wooden mugs. There we go. Okay. They need leather water skins. Oh, we haven't even got a way to... We haven't even got a way to make leather yet, so... Fuck. Oh, well. Ooh, pretty trees. I'm gonna feel bad when we have to cut those down. Alright, make some easy meals. Actually, make a few of those. I'll tell you when to stop. Like, we're doing good for booze. And again, drunk dwarf is a happy dwarf. It's a nice stockpile. Though we could probably do with a bit more from foraging. Send the foraging squads out. Spot the cabbage. Pond turtle, that's what's for dinner. Wraith, I am legally allowed to never answer that question. But to those of you who just joined us, sorry, Watto and welcome. This is our second setup that we've done today. Our initial one was going okay until we got riggedy wrecked by a necromancer who just showed up and was like, yo. So that could have gone better. Anyway, oh yeah, I was going to build the administration wing down here. I feel a little bit guilty about it, but feck it. They know what they did. Because the pub's got to be above ground, right? You have no broker. But I guess it's working already? I don't fucking know. Yeah, one for visitors, one for dwarves only. It's not always ideal to have the regular peoples in with the dwarves. You know what I mean? So add new task. Brew from fruit. Just keep brewing booze. Just keep doing it. Alright, so I think at this point I need to start setting... Yeah, I need to start setting some administration stuff. So Adam and Favor 6 need offices. Alright, so yeah, that's what we were working on before. Oh, I need some bloody doors. I'm only supposed to blow the bloody doors off! I need 2 doors. No. But I feel like we've got a good rhythm going on here so far. Not too many people are livid at me. And so far, the meeting area does seem to be pretty miserable. We're up to 18 dwarves now? That's a lot of people. Might have to start sending some people out on adventure to see what happens. That's a fuckload of badgers! What a... Hang on. Pause. Oh, I missed them. I was too busy thinking through, like, you know, next plans and stuff like that. I did not consider we were in badger time. Of course, I don't want to open up an area through there, but yeah. Go give them all something to do. So then we got tables in both these area. Oh, a nice ginkgo wood and a cedar. Followed by a couple of nice chairs. Okay. So it was zones that we need to set. Oh yeah, here we go. So office. Accept. And then assign the expedition leader. And then we go office, and then this one, accept, and that goes to favor 6. Right, that was our other admin person. Bookkeeper, there we go. Okay. Then we change everybody's. Then we. Yeah, Noble's administration. So now favor 6 is fully focused on being the bookkeeper. Jobs are good, done. So militia commander. Congratulations to Chaunerus. Should the time arise, you will be should the mood arise, you'll be ready to lead our defense. All right. I see no way this ends badly. Well, considering that nobody knows how to fight, everybody's kind of at the same disadvantage, and I'm okay with this. I mean, Wraith, I hope I can train attack badgers. That would be the feckin' best. Why is no one picking up the... Why is no one picking up the animal remains? What are you up to? Alright, it's a Tanner. Alright, so... Extract from land animal. Go for it! I'm sure that's not bad. Okay, everyone seems to be doing alright. Okay, we got this, we got this! Alright, this is coming together. Oh no! I mean, I know that you're correct. Oh no, just sorry. Fearless was saying that the more success we have, the more dwarves are going to want to move here, and that's when we start getting into the difficult territory. We need to basically. We need to go deeper. Like, we need to be getting to like much lower elevation to start getting some of the good solid rock. With any luck. Nope, that's one as well. Feckin' aquifer. I take it there's no way to detect when and when not something is an aquifer below you, right? Piss! A lot of turtles. Alright, well, let's send the gathering nerds out. See if there's much in the way of veggies and resources and things we haven't hoarded up. That's a lot of gathering nerds. Well, all they're doing is sitting around being all grumpy and stuff. Like, if you want something to do, don't tell me you're bored. I'll find a job for you. Oh, go talk to the duck then. Don't see the duck complaining. Okay, so Phil's was saying it's solid rock. Okay, be an entire layer of groundwater. You notice that there's a drop on the east side of the map. I'm have to dig below. Well, I guess that's what I'm trying to work out is how do we go... Because I've tried digging beneath. We keep hitting these damp silt walls. I mean, have I just started an operation in an area where I'm going to have a bad time? Is that where we're at here? Ugh. The duck's complaining nobody speaks duck. Well... Do you know what happens if you cross me? Duck. Domesticated stray duck. Yeah, that's right. DuckTales, a woo-woo. Sorry, Stooge was saying how to tell if you're going to have a bad time in Dwarf Fortress. You're playing Dwarf Fortress. That's the thing. I can't think of many games, especially like strategy or otherwise, where being bad at it is so much fun. Do you know what I mean? Like, still wish we could have found the Badger Squad though, but it's nice to have some things that we can work towards. Okay, so we have to freeze the water to carry on through? This is very tricky. This is very tricky. Okay, is the dining hall the same as the pub? Oh, it's overlapping. Okay. So that doesn't work. Okay, so dining room is a different thing from a pub. We gotta make ourselves a decent tavern. How do we do that? I mean, we're dwarves, for fuck's sake. We deserve a good place to get really, really wrecked. Let's get to milking. So guess what says they just dug down and built walls to keep the water back? Okay. Okay, so we need cups, we need construction. Okay, I can't build walls yet. All right. I don't know how to be building. Okay. So you all weren't joking about getting past water areas as a fresh hot pile of fuckery. Okay. We can get down this far. So we can put some feelers out. See what we can find. If our dwarves start hitting more useful stuff, then brilliant. If not... I mean, they've got fuck all to do. No, you're right. It was not kidding. And if we can find a way around them... Because essentially, they're just big old pockets of water hidden beneath the earth. There's a crap load of fish here. Yeah, we should be swimming in fish. What's up? Where's my fishman? Alright, you. Get rid of that tar. And you catch a live fish. No, catch a live fish. Go do it. Okay. And we'll make ourselves like a little adventure. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Keep trying to get around this. I'm seeing a lot of salmon. Can't help but notice we're not eating a lot of salmon. Also, Adam, the cat seems to really like you, so you're doing well. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Not as good as a wink. Not as good as a wink. How is Rainier doing? Let's have a quick check in on our. Oh god. Let's have a quick check in on our dwarves. Everyone seems to be doing okay. Ortrazini and Chaunerus don't have a job right now, so we can go find some berries. Adam's just having a little on-the-job snack. How is Rainier doing? Also, just having a good time. Although Rainier's craft is metalwork, which is pretty hard for them because we haven't gotten down deep enough into the stone to start making a proper setup. You are sadly a jobless metal crafter, friend. But that's why I'm trying to find a way. Yes! take that water. We build these bizarre labyrinthian dwarven tunnels. It's great. It's like mini Metro. I don't have to worry. And then we'll try and just go straight from there. See how that works. There's rock and stone, friends. Once we can get down there, jobs are good. No! Yes. Alright, so what's this? This is sandy loam. What the fuck is sandy loam? Apart from possibly a very insulting thing to call someone. You sandy loam! I can't believe you've done this. Sorry, Wraithwood. We don't talk about the lack of metal in these parts. It's an all subject. As we slowly pick the vegetation in this whole area clean. Well, I guess my question is sandy loam good enough to be able to start building like metal working spaces and things like that? If we can do that, then we're on to a banger. Because currently we have metal workers that can't work. The clay was something we couldn't really put together, but we can work on, you know? Well, let's have a look. So, workshop, furnace. Oh, I guess we want workshop. We want a metal smith first. Yeah. Needs fire-safe building materials. So we don't currently have rock and stone enough to do it. Fuck it, you kids don't have anywhere else to be, right? Go get me some sandstone. And yeah, so currently that's what we're trying to do, Phyllis. We're trying to get deep enough into the earth so that we can get going. So it wasn't the area, it was the building material was what we needed. We can't just smash open boulders and hope. Alright. Alright. Alright, you cheeky dwarves. Just sending a few people like off and about just to see what we can find. Yeah, stone's what we're in desperate need of. Sorry, friends. I hope this is at least vaguely entertaining. We've been... Oh god, what's that? The hell is miasma? Why is there a rotting donkey? What happened? What is going on? What's an aluminum falcon? Like popping on by and then suddenly this whole ass place is just filled with the bad stank. Currently, our dwarves are drinking booze by the barrel. Whether that's good or bad, it's up to you to decide. But they seem pretty happy about it. Rotten stray donkey corpse. That's the thing I didn't think I'd say to another person today when I woke up. Like, oh shit, we have a problem with our rotting stray donkey corpse. Yeah, Hookshot, you're... Yeah, I mean, Rotting Donkey is probably going to be the metal band that ends up finally visiting our club. No stone. Clay, certainly, but no stone. Rock and ore. Actually, you know what? We can find out what happened to the donkey. I forget. So we got pets and livestock dead and missing. Alright, so what happened to the donkey? No. Can't get a toxicology report on donkey problems. That's the thing I just said out loud on the internet. What is my life? Alright, you know what? I just need a moment to process this one. Alright, so I'll tell you what, friends. If you'll bear with me just a second, I'm going to quickly nip to the loo. I cannot believe it has been 5 hours already. It absolutely does not feel like it. And I'm definitely contemplating essentially creating a world that is very much ours. Now, I don't think we can merge saves. So, like, if we're both playing the same save, we can't then smash them together if they're in different areas. But I do like the idea of, like, take a fortress, leave a fortress. Because, like, Fearless and Secretly Robin and stuff, like, I assume even if you get very, very good at this game, it's still this is the story of how your dwarves die. You know, there's still the tale of how it all comes to a conclusion, right? God, I literally said I was about to go for a break, and I didn't. I was immediately distracted. What is wrong with me? All right. I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna talk about this, and we're gonna find out what happened to the donkey. All right. Don't go anywhere. Hello, friends. Thank you for waiting. Ale, hydrate, and all that. Cheers to you. So, yeah, Zagraves, that would have been a great time to see your zombie accountant riding into battle. Flaming sword in one hand, abacus in the other. And yes, I did leave it running, but I have faith in my dwarves. I have more faith in them than I have in myself. Though they are out of meat and fish, so I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be time for the battle snacks. Hey, Wraith, I've met you lot. Look at it like this. You lot have managed to keep me alive for over 4 years. That's pretty good. Someone jokingly described, well, I guess streamers in general, but myself as basically like the most aggressive Tamagotchi of all time. Okay, pets and livestock. Okay, good news, bad news. Okay, it's the butcher shop. Butcher and animal. Good luck. There's donkey remains. Okay, how am... Oh, you were saying catch... There we go. Also, so there's a peacock that's helping the fishermen clean and prepare fish. Alright, see, we're doing it. We're doing it. The thing we can't seem to get is stone. You know, that stuff that dwarves feckin' need. Alright, so we're just going to keep trying to lucky dip with... these varying stairwells, and eventually we'll try and find something. Because right now we can't do any metal crafting because we don't have enough rock to make it happen. And metal acquisition is a big problem. Or, I mean, friends, this could be our world. You know, this is the world where, you know, Zagraves, the zombie accountant, roams. I love the idea of being able to pass it back and forth like this. This special land. Oh, so it's more like we've managed to get a few levels down. Alright, so here's our main layer up at 8. Hang on, let me zoom on out. So here's our little operations. Doing pretty well. Alright. Now, we've been trying to find a way further down from here. So, like, this can become our metalworking area. But for the most part, like, we've been trying to find an way down. So we managed to get a way down from here. Which got us here. But we keep hitting more pockets of water. So we've just got to get these dwarves working for luck, I guess. I mean, shit, it gives them something to do. For an area that was supposedly light in these underground pockets of water, I feel that may be somewhat disingenuous. Send the scavenging teams out as well. As for the most part, it does seem like the dwarves are cursed to be vegetarians right now. There's buttloads of fish. Swimming in fish. Fish swimming, if you will. It's a new sport. I've just invented it. We got white sand and we've got some clay loam, but I don't think we have like traditional clay. Woe betide whoever comes upon this, like, fecking disaster of a dwarven fortress. Oh. But yeah, like, everybody's eaten well. Everybody's got, like, a place to crash. We could definitely use a better setup in terms of... Yeah, you know what? We can render some fat. Definitely get building some, I don't know. Got a carpenter. Get an arts and crafts space going. Okay, so here we can make some amulets. All right. Oh, I wonder if we can do any carving for wood. Oh, this might be where we can... Yes! All right, now we can get some cups going. You know what? Just keep making cups. We can always sell them later. Okay. You're good, mate. You can stop making booze. We have so much booze now. We have so much booze. You can stop making wooden barrels as well. You've done well. Look at that. Fresh fish. As much alcohol as you can drown in. I'd make that a pretty bloody good night. And Kestrel, we have talked about this time and time again. I am not a good friend if your goal is to play less video games. Like, if this game was not good, I would work very hard to find, like, the good in it, right? But I don't have to work hard because it's already fecking brilliant. I don't think we've found any jewels to do jewelry craft with, but feck it. Like, Kestrel, there are a great many things I can help you with in this world, and you know you have my axe for as many of them as I can, but you don't come to me if your goal is to have less video games. What's Also, how do I get rid of pond turtle shells? Oh, here we go! Yes! Alright. Look at that. Shale on the cabin floor. Strip mine the shit out of this. It's some stone! Love to see it. Yeah, we'll drink through the shale. We'll get the good stuff there. Job is a good un. Yeah, but how do I get rid of all these fucking pond turtles? Does anyone know? Yeah. And so now, in what's going to become our kind of our metalworking district, so we can build. So it's workshop, and it was. Oh yeah, so the first one was the metalsmith, iron anvil, and shale. Workshop. What else do we need? There's a stone worker as well. And then so furnace. Because we've got sand aplenty. Nice glass furnace, job's a good un. This area is going to be very toxic. But that's okay. Strip mine this fucking shale. Okay. See, now we're making it happen. No one knows how cool we are. I guess a kiln's not a bad shout. Alright, so I think our next grand goal is going to be like, you know, it's going to be working towards pubbery. We've got a couple extra beds in for the... Okay, we've got plenty of cups now. You can stop making cups, friend. You can you can take a break. You're good? You're good. Okay, so we use the Craft Dwarf Workshop. Craft Dwarf's Workshop to build shell things. Alright. Shell crown. Cool. Shell... Large shell gem. Love it. Make some shell rings. Very fancy. I want to decorate with shell is, but alright, let's go for it. Oh, shell figurines. Can't get enough of those. Ooh, so decorate with shell takes other things, makes them more valuable. All right. Encrust ammo with gems, polish stones. Fuck, no one knows how cool we are. Did you all hear that? Sound like a kid giggling and then like some stuff and things. Did you? Must be my imagination. But we've got the rock, we've got the shale, we've got this. Wait, did someone... Was there a baby dwarf? Yeah, Utsal Lokmin, the stonecrafter, has given birth to a baby boy. Aww. Baby dwarves. Those things are weird. But I guess we have them. Sorry. Okay. I'm just looking to see what we can still craft. So I guess, yeah, next task is really Operation Pub. We're not doing great for... We're not doing great for fish food again. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It's fine. Although I will be livid if one of the angry faces is one of the babies, just being mad at me in general. Yeah, our dwarves world could certainly stand to be a little bit improved. Okay, so yeah, Operation Pub, because we've got this central meeting area, and I don't know, we could it could certainly use some decoration. It's our bloody stone carver. Oi, carver! Add new task. Right, you're going to make a rock altar. It's going to be right fancy. You're right, we can decorate it with the bones of our enemy. Oh, wait, we are our own enemies. Or apparently we are the enemy to turtles? I won't lie, very confused. You know what, I might just tell this place to just decorate things with shells. Decorate with shell and just keep going until you're done. Just keep going for it, friend. It's all good. The enemies to turtles pipeline. That's my favourite trope. How did you know? The realisation that we're going to definitely need more storage. Okay. I mean, friends, what's wrong with having just one gigantic storeroom for all your food, water, booze, like corpses? There's no way this is going to end badly. There's no way this ends badly. Okay, let me put forward an idea. The Technodrome is glamping for dwarves. It's got all mod cons. It does the drilling for you. Don't have to worry about aquifers or cave-ins. Although I do remember as a kid thinking, you know... Oh, there's fucking shale here already. I can't believe that. I do remember thinking about, like, the logistics of New York City and how a gigantic thing drilling holes underneath the earth would probably massively destabilize the entire area. Because apparently that's kind of fucking nerd kid I was. I think about that a lot, you know? Okay, so with so Fearless and Fearless and Robin and peeps who played a lot of Dwarf Fortress, have there been any campaigns or any fortresses that you put together that have just ended up going on forever, or at least past the point of where like you could see it ending naturally? Because I'm quite surprised on this run that we haven't been eaten alive, but I guess it's because we did set it up in a place that wasn't too aggressive, you know? I mean, Phyllis, I can try petting the cat in the storeroom to help, but you know what? Most of the time, I can't tell cats what to do any more than anything else. Alright, that new task. Brew from fruit. You just keep going again. I'll tell you when to stop. Hey, I'm grateful for it, I'll tell you that. I keep trying to use that to scroll. I am a fool. But what I will say is just the accessibility of this. I mean, yes, I have spent a lot of time with games like this, but I am very sleep deprived today. I've been for days. And it has not taken me long to kind of understand a lot of the nuances of this, you know what I mean? Okay. So Fearless was saying they have had some long-lasting fortresses. Most successful ones are either very far from potentially hostile civilizations, or ones where they make very elaborate defenses. I mean, I'm always down for that. But I haven't checked to see like how it works in this. See, in Keeper RL, your creatures wouldn't set off traps, but the effects of them hit everywhere. So like, your orcs wouldn't set off a boulder trap, but if a boulder trap gets set off, everybody gets squished, you know? We can do with okay, so it's same kind of thing. So most traps are not set off by citizens, but a citizen standing on a trap that is set off does. Okay. Because what I used to do is create these horrible kind of like tower defense winding patterns. So we got a pretty clear in and out, but if it was for myself, like this would head right into the mountain and then loop back on itself several times, making it a thin funnel and making it very easy for traps to do, well, what they need to do. Murder. So much murder. God, so much turtle nonsense. Another baby? I'm not ready for another generation of dwarves. Okay. Sorry. First, I was laughing because Fearless was saying that a lot of people have a very complicated setup with a drawbridge, and the only other path into the dwarven setup being this long, winding road of traps, which is fucking cool. I should have thought about doing that. But Zagraves was just pointing out that the dwarves are evidently well-fed, well-rested, with adequate personal time, which is resulting in babies. You know what? I did that. I did that. I'm the fool. The fool is I. I do like how I can just send them all off on these long excursions. But right, all of you lot, go get it all. You've all got too much time on your hands anyway. If you've got time to be having bloody babies, you've got time to go get some more food. Yeah, Fearless, see, I like that. I mean, hell, if you lot have enjoyed this, I could... Have we done a stream of Keeper RL? I do forget. Because that could be something I wouldn't mind taking you all through, because there's a much clearer through line, plus it's fun being a bastard. There was another one that I was playing which was called Ruin Arch, which sadly, it's one of those one step forward, two step back kind of projects. But oh, sorry. Ruin Arch was very similar to this, but instead of playing as the leader of the dwarves, you play a maniacal demon, and your goal is to kill everybody. And you achieve this through basically one of three archetypes. You get to choose what kind of monster you are.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the Arch villain Shredder.
Cheers to you. Duke of Dim gifted a sub to the crowd in true House Carl fashion and managed to hit Indy Kylo. That's not too shabby. But yeah, with Ruin Arc, you could be a monster, you could be like a warlock mage, or you could be like a Machiavellian whispering demon. So the first one, you literally are the beast. You show up, you punch stuff, you're big, you're scary. You go in, you come out, it's fucking cool. Oh, and Duke of Dim, that's lovely of you to say. So Kestrel, I think with Ruin Arch you can leave it to percolate a little longer before picking it up. But the second form is the mage, so you cast like spells and all sorts. What makes that one interesting is that you can eventually start doing stuff like you can freeze crops and spoil water and set fire to houses in a blaze. But the thing I really enjoyed was playing as like the whispering demon, and so like, you know, you could instill little thoughts into people and build up your kind of your mana to allow you to do really nasty stuff. So things like stealing a person's loot from one house and putting it in their arch rival's house, and then whispering into their ear, like, "Hey, so and so stole your shit," and so they go, they check it out, and they're like, "Oh, he stole my loot," which doesn't kill anybody, but it raises tensions. It gets you a bit of power, and you can build that all the way up till you can start like inflicting like kleptomania on people, or the big one is you can turn them into psychopaths. You have to set their parameters that they will only kill certain kinds of people because they're already feckin'. So that's the challenge, is you can't just say kill indiscriminately. It has to be like kill only left-handed people, or turn them into a racist and make them kill only elves. That can be really good if you've got two family groups that get to war with each other. And you basically keep this going until all that's left is like 2 or 3 like blithering, like broken individuals. And it provides this wonderful social challenge. And I'm not just saying this because it makes me sound like a psychopath. The reason I'm saying this, that what makes it interesting is because you have to read everybody's breakdown, like who's in what family, who's in whose lineage, where they come from, what's going on. And some individuals, because of how they are... what was it? It was... was it display? No, it was something else. Certain individuals will have protection from certain abilities, which is where things get rather interesting. Oh, and do good dim. I cannot wait for Hades 2. But we have agreed as a group that we're going to... that what we're going to do is wait until Hades 2 is at max before we start looking at like actually doing some streams of it. But yeah, so Ruin Arch is having a bit of a tricky development cycle because it's hard to find a balance. See, the thing is, the two, like the way of the mage and the way of the monster, are very straightforward. You raise creatures, become a terror. You know, be a cheeky villain. One of them is like cast spells, and when you start being able to like inflict like werewolfism and vampirism on people, it's pretty powerful. But if you force yourself to only be able to do like psychological fecking with people, then it gets really interesting. I had one game where I basically turned it into like a Montagues and Capulets bloodbath, because I had like I stoked the rivalry between the two little villages on this map. I stoked it until it just bled over, and all I did was just sit back cackling maniacally, watching them all kill each other. Like, some villainous shit, I won't lie, but how are we succeeding right now? This is so bizarre. Like, I know we haven't built up towards like metal and the ilk, but we're doing good. Yeah, and I think Rainier, I think it's one of those things that we all like enjoy conceptually. The idea of the interpersonal politics between these characters and kind of becoming involved in that. The thing we were talking about the other day is that if you could take this complexity of simulation and put a like complex 3D render over it, if you could create something like essentially The Sims over the top of this, where it's visible to the user who hates who and what's going on, that would be incredible. But that's so much easier said than done. And okay, we can keep digging down. If we do it right in the center of the shale, that's likely to be a good spot. I forget how we cancel the yeah, I forget how we make that work. on, new entrance. Yes! That sounded good. That sounded like a good noise. Sorry, I still have Diggy Diggy Hole playing very loudly in my head. And J-Post, the dwarves are doing good. We got 3 baby dwarves. We seem to be doing well. Our only downside is we're producing too much turtle shell, which we need to turn into, like, I guess, like, other profitable things. But, you know, we're doing good. More resources than we know what to do with. Operation Pub hasn't been going as well as I'd hoped. But, you know, we're working on it. We're working on it. Because we can make a dining hall, right? Like, that might not be a bad shout. But you were saying that a dining hall is different from a pub, yeah? Sorry. I think I went off to space a little bit there. Oh, yes, because we talk about Ruin Arch and stuff like that. And, like, getting those simulation stuff to work under the hood is so complex. Like, you know, we talk a lot about things like the Nemesis system and shit like that. And it's not that those are bad, but mechanically beneath the hood, they could be quite simplistic. Everything beneath the hood is so much more complicated than we can begin to imagine. And that's not bad. But how we can translate this level of complexity to other spheres of gaming, that is a challenge. Okay, so Metalsmith, Catton, Stagenkillen, and Dr. Aldil got married. Congratulations. Love it. The whole team are banging out some masterpieces. Yeah, sadly we lost a few of our animals. Okay. So this is more of I thought these were just sorry, I thought those were just like keyboard shortcuts. Okay, now I'm learning. So Hildreth was saying that Dwarf Fortress builds a nigh-unique fantasy setting in 5 minutes where the events are simulated. Nothing you encounter is just point there because it has to be. It arrived via simulation. Yeah. Now, how we can convey more of that concept to users, like that's where we're going to start having some real bangers. Do you know what I mean? Oh, because once we're able to convey the complexity of those kind of experiences and put them forward in like 3D or open world or other kinds of games, then we're unstoppable. But as we were talking about a little while ago, you know, Smeders tried to do something like that was slightly more action orientated. It had like the same combat system as Ultima Online, and it didn't go well. It was a great idea, but it did not go well. Oh. A caravan from Sarazamon has arrived. Shit, yeah, we can sell some those cups, rings, pond turtle rings. Shit, we should have been building more of these. You! Add new task. Shell, start making some rings. Make shell rings. Yeah, we'll sell those. Sorry, jumping back. Oh yeah, Hildrich was saying there's a lot under the hood, and yeah. Here is hoping that this caravan will be buying our fine turtle wares. Oh, diplomacy, here we go. Alright, so we need stone and metal. That is what we need. Actually, some goats might not be a bad shout. Take a couple goats. Some roosters would be good. Some water buffalo, love them. See if they've got anything to... Bunnies! I'm gonna eat so many feckin' bunnies. An old turkey gobbler. Right. Stone. A good solid granite. Do you want to get some coke in? We'll get some coke in. That'll be good. Spot charcoal. Why can't I just ask for egg? Take some regular eggs. Metal bars, here we go. Some metal, some copper. Spot the old tin. Excuse me. I think anything beyond that's going to be a loss to us. Alright. They want windows and scepters. Alright. Oh shit, yeah, so we can actually start trading for this good stuff. Turkey gobbler in a cage. How much cash do we have? Mark all. Mark all. Trade. Oh, unmark all. Trade. No, I want money. Fuck, I don't know how to trade. I'm shit at barter. Oh yeah, we don't have a broker, do we? Alright, well congratulations, someone's getting a promotion today. Nobles and administration. Broker! Alright. Holy crud. Yeah, we'll just get the broker to handle it. It's fine. It's fine. It's all fine. Everything's fine here. Nothing bad happened. The end. Oh, I'm so sorry, friends. I do apologise for the belching. I've been trying to stay healthy by switching out the amount of booze I'm drinking with these liquid death cans. Sorry if I've told you this 5 times, but they're very tasty. But it's carbonated, so I find myself just being like burp, 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 burp. Everything's fine. There's nothing to worry about. Hope you're like turtles. No, but jumping back. So Hendrix, like, when people talk about, like, you know, advances in video games and stuff like that, what I really want is to be able to have this level of complexity in, like, action-based titles. You know, I would love to have... Okay, because we were talking about, like, Catastros earlier was saying they love Skyrim. They can't see Skyrim being topped as an open-world game. I can. And it's not against them. Like, what I want so badly is to have this level of, you know, here is a sword made by a person that has a story, and that story is part of our world. And being able to take that into an environment which is much easier to engage with, much more combat-oriented. Do you know what I mean? I really want to be able to, like, start digging into those kinds of experiences, you know what I mean? Because I think, I mean, 1, we deserve them, but 2, I think that's a point of genuine interest. You know what I mean? I think we could do some genuinely amazing stuff in that space. And Skyrim's fascinating because what it does is it basically puts everything in these little tiny pocket dimensions. There isn't a large amount of interaction between the different areas you go to. Oh yeah, and Rainier, so adventure mode in Dwarf Fortress is like that. It's closer to something like a big open world Netscape. NetHack, or Rogue, or whatever you want to call it. But it's... See, with that one, what it needs is focus and structure. You know, you need a villain, you need a hero, you need a point 4. Oh no, and again, Naruhoodie, like, I'm not dissing either or. But I don't know, that's the dream that I've always had. I was lucky enough to play some RP servers back in the day with completely player-run economies. And I still remember the feeling of having to find a good blacksmith to repair my magical sword. And there weren't very many craftsmen in the world who could handle what I was asking. Oh, you're referring to belching, sorry. My apologies. But yeah, where was I? Oh, yes. A full-on RP server with completely player-run economy created some fascinating things. It created like a legacy when it came to like weapons and stories and things like that. It created these... It created things that had like weight and tenure. And that was something that was very, very powerful. You know, when every sword has a story, when every character has a reason and a place for being. The problem is, you can't reliably do that with RP because you can't guarantee that every person is going to... that every person is going to do what they're supposed to, that every person's going to treat it with the same amount of, like, care and focus. You know? The reason why I was the RP server I was on was so good is because it was gatekeepy as fuck. Like, you had to do a written application with your character before you were allowed on. Well, and Rainier, the irony of course being is that whole thing about the crafted sword with NFT blockchain stuff is it's actually much harder to do. Like, it's infinitely more complex to do it with that stuff. Like, I've despised Nufters for a myriad of reasons, and one of them is that it makes it harder to do the things. It makes it harder to do the thing, not easier. Oh, Naboohead, I was talking about RP servers. But bringing the thought back is that what I want is that this level of like generation and complexity from like games of action combat. You know what I mean? The simulations in this world work on ticks, right? Like, each tick, each moment is unified, which is what allows for the complexity of simulation. Well, so Rainier, I disagree. EVE Online isn't complex, it's robust. So, for example, there's nothing outside of player interactions in EVE Online that can affect things. I believe they've added some NPC encounters, but they're very limited. What makes EVE Online complex is that what you and I do. So, you and I, Rainier, we could be shipbuilders, right? You build ships, I build ships. We both build battleships, but you build them in a specific part of the world, or I should say the galaxy, and I build them in another. And that means that we're able to set our prices and source our materials differently based on where we are. So if I'm in high sec with loads of resources, I can basically brute force battleship production. I can be the guy who undercuts everybody else by being able to buy raw materials in bulk, more so than anyone else. But you might be building the best ships in a small pocket area, you know, which it might just be like the one safe haven surrounded by death. Or you might be building ships in a wormhole where everything is built from scratch. Everything is either scrounged, salvaged, or made on site. So you have a whole production pipeline. However, there aren't any external elements that carry through. Those ships don't have legacy. Those parts don't have history. And this isn't dissing on EVE Online, and I hope you don't think that I am, but EVE Online's complexity comes from its breadth, not its depth. Yeah. And so I'm also like, it's very easy to sit here and ask these things, like, you know, and make these requests of the universe, because, you know, we don't actually have to make it. You know, when you hear things like what's it called? Starfield? Starfart? Whatever Bethesda's doing next, which is no doubt going to be fascinating. They like talking a very big game, but from what I can glean, they're doing the same again. So they're going to have a huge world, but every little area or story mission will be its own little pocket dimension. And your character's the only thing that really carries through. There may be some information passed back and forth, but it's... Skyrim's... And okay, and again, I know I'm being very, very hypocritical because all games are simple. I guess not this one. But all games are, you know, a fakery, a simulation. So, yeah, it's real easy for me to to sit here and say this, Skyrim, as wide as a lake, as deep as a puddle. Yes. It's why you can have those situations where, you know, you are the lord and master of several realms and, like, you know, damn near, you know, god tier mage, ruler of the Mages Academy, and someone will be like, I don't know you! Prove yourself to me! I do like how in the Mages Guild quests, though, they do acknowledge that. That was something that I was very impressed with. Okay, how is this going so well? Why aren't we getting our ass kicked? Like, for this one, we've been on this particular setup for, like, what, 3 hours? Now, I don't know in Dwarf Fortress if we can send dwarves out on expeditions. I'd be very curious to know. Zagrave says they miss games with good, solidly built reputation systems in them. Oh, yeah. And again, I'm not saying this to diss on Skyrim or to diss on Bethesda. They found a very, very succinct way of presenting a big-style RPG, you know what I mean? That is to say that, you know, to my knowledge, they were one of the first teams that did, like, the complexity of AI based on lodding. So, like, there's no simulation that runs the varying elements of Whiterun and stuff like that while you're away. AI interaction is as complex as you are close to it. Okay, yeah, so if we get military dwarves, then we can start doing that. Okay. Zagraves is mentioning that Arcanum back in 2000 had a lovely one with a universal factor, local and interpersonal reputations affected by your actions and your clothing and your travel companions. Gender, species, etc. God, fascinating. Oh god, excuse my cheeky burps. I don't think I went into Arcanum hard enough, and now I'm regretting that. Now, the reason why I flashed you all that book earlier called You, because that does something kind of fascinating. With You, it's the idea that this is or at least the OG version of Dwarf Fortress, was a game that a bunch of kids put together, and then as they kept making more games, they built on top of it. So that the simulation engine doing all of this was the base, and they just added more and more complex renderers that did more and more weird things with that existing engine, which, until the ubiquity of, like, Unity and Unreal, was very common. I know I've told you this story many, many times before, but when working at a previous company, the first proper, like, engine crash message I encountered just said, "See Ingomar," and Ingomar had left several years prior. Suffice it to say, I did not contact Ingomar about it. The reason I keep bringing up that book is I'm just obsessed with that idea that you could have something truly organic running behind the scenes. And the whole thing with You is they do that thing that video game companies did, like, in the 90s, where they have one successful hit, so they make a completely different game after, before, like, the grand unfurling of sequelitis, you know. There's so much to it that is very inspirational. So Naboo said, would honor and rep start as text mechanics based on... would start as text mechanics be good answers for the social political mechanics? Well, I mean, this is where we get into being game designers. Now, this season's good. When are you getting Viking Blonde 2? I thought you were all aware of the fact. I am currently a live service event. Don't have enough money to make the sequel, but we have enough to keep going. We've killed so many turtles here. We are the baddies. Shit, what was I saying? Oh, so okay, so Naboo Head. This is one of those fascinating conversations where how a mathematical system is laid out can drastically affect how we feel about it as users. So, for example, honor and rep. A lot of games have like honor systems and rep grinds and what have you, but the feel of, but how they're implemented changes the feel of them. So you have, I'm just picking examples out my arse. So you have things like the rep and honor grind from Warcraft, where reputation is a thing that only ever goes up as you do more stuff for a faction. And honor is a resource that you can spend, which is gained by doing specifically PvP type stuff. So it doesn't... Are those wild boars? Fuck yeah. I'll keep doing that. So that creates an interesting experience where people will only ever like you more as you do more stuff for them, unless you actively attack them. With the honor point system, it becomes like a scarce resource attained only through combat. But if we look at a similar system with State of Decay, where you have your reputation and your allegiances with people, different groups will like you based on how much you have done, but your reputation is essentially a resource that you can spend. So the idea that you accumulate your reputation by slaying zombies and saving the day, and that then you can go to someone and be like, hey, I want you to give me the sandwich. And they think about it and they go, all right, this person is either important enough or valuable enough to me. I'm going to give them that sandwich. That their social capital becomes capital that they can spend. That I find fascinating. Now, honor and rep is kind of an interesting one because, you know, if we look at the concept of rep and reputation in interpersonal relationships, like, it's something that is a varying, shifting factor. You know, one could make a case that, like, reputation and honor are closer to elos than they are to anything else. How would you fold that into a system? And then here comes the thing: how can you make it fun? And that's the arsehole question at the end. See, Dwarf Fortress doesn't need to justify itself; it's already won. But what Dwarf Fortress says is, this is, you know, you are going to fail. Loss is fun. They're very clear about that. You know, this is the story of how your dwarves die. Very similar to, say, the pitch from Project Zomboid. Yes, that blah 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 was important. So it's able to do a lot of mean things to the player, and the player goes, "Thank you, I understand. Can I have some more?" Which again, is entirely fun. No. Oh no. Why is it damp down here? Did somebody die? Did I kill someone? I sprung a leak somewhere. It's alright. Just... No, it's fine. This is at the lowest part of our setup anyway. Dwarf Fortress is like the first roguelike, but just as a colleague. Listen, well, I mean, as I'm sure you all know, this started life as an ASCII game like Rogue, and just grew into something far beyond. Oh, Fearless, that's a problem for tomorrow's dwarves. That's not a now problem. It's only a little bit of flooding. Yeah, it's muddy water. Small pile of mud. Job's a good one. Fearless says we could grab some logs from the surface and make mud walls to hold it back. Yeah, but that sounds like effort. I don't wanna. We'll just have like a little paddling pool at the bottom. It's fine. Yeah, Kestrel says it's fine. This is one of the reasons why I do love chatting with you lot, is that we can leap from Will made dumb stupid to like, you know, discussions about like cool creativity in video games and fun times. I really like that. Shit, what was I saying? Oh, just the simulation versus entertainment. Like, it is entirely possible to make systems that are more evocative of real life, but that's not fun. See, in video games, there is one thing that players fear, and that is being locked out of stuff. Being locked into consequences they weren't aware that they were doing, and they cannot get out of. You know, you hit a button which causes you to smack a goat in the face, and then every goat in the goat faction hates you and you can't get the goat ending because you slapped a goat that one time. And you didn't know that's what was going to happen. You didn't know the goats were a spiteful race. And you can argue intellectually that that creates content, like, oh, whoa, you know, if the player has to do these cool things, then they're not being, like, nerds or something. I don't know, I'm trying to think of a good example, and it's just not coming to me. But when the users actually play it, is it fun? You know what? Caves of Quad has quite a few things that are intellectually brilliant and just not fun. And I'm not saying that a video game must be fun, but you've got to take the user into consideration. Now, stuff like Sunless Seas works by being a roguelike. You know, each journey, each voyage is a new discovery. So if you end up committing some kind of massive social faux pas, don't worry about it. Your captain's already gone mad. He's going to eat his crew and get consumed by an all-seeing eye. You know, the sun, 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 the sun. Because you have that time looping element, it doesn't quite feel so enforced. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, but if we're looking for something with permanence, if we're looking for something where you have an impact, how do you do that? I think Below was like a Soulsian light roguelike sort of title that was very fascinating, and had it where you were always the descendant of someone who has come to see you, which I always thought was kind of fascinating. Alright, probably gonna need some more wood soon, so I might as well. Yeah, and I think maybe how fun is the wrong word to use. Perhaps I should use like engaging, you know, because you can have systems that aren't fun but are engaging. Do you know what I mean? I mean, shite, if Dwarf Fortress isn't the example of like engagement over like funny good times. Watching these little dwarves on their little adventures. This is what we get for not settling in the north, but that was because we didn't have fresh water. Oh, and Zeke, Watto and welcome. We've only lost one so far. I was jumped by a necromancer in their gang. Everyone died. They're still out there. Zagraves, the eternal accountant. This one's going so much better than it has any right to. I've actually physically got up. And apparently we've got a bird that's stealing shit. Little bastard. bastard. Sorry, it's me getting distracted there. But yeah. Okay, the one thing I will say, which is almost counter to everything I've just been nattering about for the last hour, is that you also don't need complex systems to have engaging systems. And I know this seems a bit heretical, again, while playing Dwarf Fortress and considering our conversation, but, you know, we were talking about the EVE Online example earlier. A LARP system I used to belong to had this fascinating thing where each of the nations had their own kind of like resource management sim on top. So the people running them had resources for like magical items and things like that, and how they were distributed and how they were handled was like unique to each faction and things like that. And for all intents and purposes, it was just very simple numbers on a very simple spreadsheet. But when you add the emotional impact of, you know, people's characters and LARP and whatnot, it can make for an incredibly engaging experience. You know, we still talk about the Nemesis system, even though the theoretics of it are quite simple. The Nemesis system is complex because of you have to have the characters react. The concept of the Nemesis system is very, very simple. But, you know, you need a character that will grow and change, so you need assets and VO and so much additional stuff to support it. But getting one working behind the scene... Yeah, sorry about that 6 pairs of feet. Hey, I mean, it's Dwarf Fortress. We've been talking a lot of good stuff. It's been good. How are you? What I will say, though, friends, is I think I'm going to do a... I don't know what I should do. If I should just let this continuously run, like, see how far we get. Oh, shit, the dwarves are out of booze. Oh. We are out of fruit. That's why. Alright, well, it looks like it's brew drink from plants. Sober dwarf's an unhappy dwarf. Oh, Chaunerus got married to... Yo, Chaunerus and Adam got married. Ah, that's way cool. I looked up and I was like, hey, they're doing great. They've got loads of... Oh, no. They've got loads of not a lot. Winter is here. The stores have run dry. I did not think this through. It's alright, we'll send out the foraging teams and go earn their feckin' keep. Dwarves, assemble! Yeah, but Zeke, how are you doing, friend? As I'm sure you've guessed, we've been playing a lot of Dwarf Fortress today. And despite my sleep deprivation, like, we're having a feckin' grand time of it. But again, you don't need me to tell you. I'm just really surprised that we haven't had a second round of getting our arse kicked. You know? Have we been spared from the violent clutches of the undead accountant, the Graves? Or Z of the Graves? Oh, shit! How do I come up with this material? Genius! It's alright, booze is back on the menu! Also, can we build bridges? I take it we don't have the equipment to do so right now. 6 pairs a week. This isn't our first fort. Our first fort got ruined by a necromancer and squad. Fearless is like, are your dwarves doing any farming? Any plots? Any planting schedules? I think we both know the answer to that one, Fearless. Oh, lordy, lordy. But yeah, I tell you what, friends, we're coming up to the 7-hour mark, and I think that is a good run of Dwarf Fortress. What I will say is that it is absolutely worth picking this up on Steam, and it's wonderful to see how much has been done to make it an experience for everybody. I don't want to start careening off into like incoherent nonsense. I'm really happy this is a thing we got, you know? Oh, we're cool. Zeke did a musical intro for a video for a friend's Dwarf Fortress YouTube series. That sounds bad.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Hey!
Online. All systems nominal.
I sneak in with the 50 at the end. Happiest of holidays, good Sir Will. May the season treat you well.
And you, friend, and you. To be continued, alright? And I'm going to roll credits in just a second. You know, we've got this nice dwarvian background. I just didn't expect that we'd be doing this well. You know? Our dwarves are happy-ish. They're definitely fed. Like, we're doing good. Although, again, we've killed so many turtles today. I feel more than a little guilty, won't lie. Oh, and Rilu, how are you doing? Watto and welcome, friend. So Naboo says tomorrow they are playing a Dwarf and a Starfinder game. Love it. Oh. But Rilu and Fallen Mystic, I think I've definitely hit the wall. My conversation is careening wildly all over the place. And I am surprised and disturbed at how well this little area is going. I think I'm just going to leave it running tonight. You know? Just going to leave it running and see where it takes it. Okay, friends. So, hang on, let me come up to our nice, gorgeous top side with the lovely flowers and whatnot. This has been a lovely day. To those of you who have played a buttload of Dwarf Fortress, thank you for talking me through the basics. I'm genuinely impressed with how quickly I was able to get up to speed. So for those of you that have been a little intimidated by this, don't be, it slaps. Like, it's feckin' good. Thank you again to Camille, who gifted me this game, which is why I was able to play it with you all. And, while I am saying some proper thank yous... Oh, well, Rilu, thank you for the lurk, friend. As I'm sure you've seen, we've been kicking ass numbers-wise today. There was a huge train earlier, and it's been going good. So, feckin' we. So first up to Swolmaz, like, thank you kindly for the donation. Like, it's massively appreciated. Counter, no!
Sneak.
Why you like this? Also, you sent one of those grey bits into lower orbit. As I'm sure you will know by now, bits are still the biggest thing, so thank you all. To Eriman, ET3 Stooge, Favor6, and Vanderbeast, Akira Zero, and Stammering Gamer, Wolfgrad, Big Saxy, and Bacon Avenger, and J-Post, and Punspector, and Fearless, and Asari Greenfire, and Keldra again! Like, seriously, all of you, thank you. Every little bit you chuck in bits is what keeps us going. Your moderator today was Caffeine and Rhymes and Moose, though we did see Lizzie T. Powell. And Calny Antholuminous was our new follow person, or Cal. Thank you kindly, I hope we get to hang out some more. To Kimball, Down Under Dwarf, The Prolo, Night Valen, Adam Vencera, Drapsnat, Dreamy Mage and Sheep, Technical Difficulties, Brickmeister, Zavul, Dashkal, Thrame, Kandarian, Big Blue Heron, almost fecked it up again, that would have been Arte. Wow! Speaking, Zagraves, Hookshot, Elgapo, Indy Kylo, and Fallen Mystic, you feckin' legends, thank you. And to Aperios Unlimited, Caffeine, and Captain Hillian, you all brought raids in! Fucking legends! So feckin' thank you. Right. in true Longshipian fashion, you don't have to go home, but you cannot stay here. I mean, you can. I can't stop you. No, and Naboo Head, like, thank you. You'll... Oh, that's not fair. There's too many cool people. Alright, alright. Alright. I'm going to give you 3 choices of people that are currently just rocking to kind of small squads right now. I'm going to offer you Sekiro, 423, Shibuya Scramble, and Crisis Core. So that's a choice between Sekiro, Shibuya Scramble, and Crisis Core. Just waiting for the fucking ads to feck off so I can see if they're still going. But if any of those strike your fancy, then feck yeah. Oh. Rilu, that's a threat. That's a feckin' threat. And Rainier, yes, Floydo did start streaming, but Floydo's currently got 140 people hanging out, and all of these lovely Mother Hubbards have less than 5. So, like, we bring the thunder there. Like, we're gonna make somebody's evening. You know, I try and do my best, because the amount of people that have helped me out, it's definitely, if we raid with a big squad into someone's small stream, oh boy, we can change someone's entire day. No, Rilu, why are you so mean? You know, I try and be for other people what Floydo and Joecat and Peeps have been for us. Do you know what I mean? You know what? We're going to go for some Sekiro then, because it's Dinsdale, who I know you all know. Dinsdale is wonderful, a lovely individual, and they're currently doing the folding screen monkey boss in Sekiro, which is so fun to watch. So, yeah, if you haven't met Dins, I'm very much looking forward to introducing you. And if you have, he's doing the sneaky, stalky boss fight in Sekiro that had me swearing up a storm. This one's not about like reaction speeds and whatnot. You have to track down 3 monkeys hiding in the environment. Like, it feels like a proper like assassination puzzle. It's great. So yeah, friends, thank you for a fucking wonderful day. Again, Camille, thank you for gifting a copy of Dwarf Fortress. I probably wouldn't have been able to play it without that. And thank you all for bearing with me while I was enthusiastically sleep-deprived and surrounded by dwarves. You know, if this is something you'd like to see us come back to, we can do that. We have the power, you know? And if anyone's interested in continuing on the world that we have crafted today, then I'm more than happy to see about putting that together. So yeah. Right, friends. Have a lovely rest of your evening. To be continued. And I'll see you tomorrow. For oh shit, tomorrow's Spooky Trains. Oh god. I'm going to try and get some sleep tonight. I'll see you later, friends. Good night.